Hello, everybody. Welcome in to the stream. Welcome in, Oshik. So you open Starground that game here? Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a bunch of Steam testing. I think we're almost there. There's just one more issue that I'm having, and then I think if we fix that, Steam will be ready to go. But how's it going? Also there are pre-roll ads? There shouldn't be. That's the reason we do the 3-minute ad, so that we can eliminate the pre-rolls. So if there is, then that's a problem. It doesn't say there is, so I think we're okay. Alright, so I think we can almost get back to our regular content stuff. I do need to fix that one final issue, which is whenever somebody exits the game, everybody else gets disconnected from the server. And I'm not really sure why that happens. So we need to figure that out. But hopefully we can. I'm gonna push some changes and then we're gonna test it out. Let me commit that. Alright, let's go over to the streaming view. So yeah, I've got Starground open on 3 Steam accounts right now. We've got this one on the remote desktop. I've got my laptop, and then my main computer. Alright. So let's see here. I'm gonna pull all of the new changes. Same with over here. It's so tiny. Exit out, reload. Okay, so it's obviously got something to do with this, like, not add player, but on player disconnect. We got to figure out what's up with that. So we will do that. Let's see, I've got that. So let's try running up a game. I think I'm already in the game. Okay. Let's connect on the laptop. And I just want to see, and I just want to watch this happen again. Make sure it's still an issue. Okay, there's the player. So let's connect on the other computer. And let's test this. I should really mute this computer. Let's do that. Alright, so here we are. So here's the thing that happens. If, let's say laptop exits, you'll see over here that this player gets kicked or disconnected from the server, right? So I exit on laptop, boom, person's disconnected for some reason. I don't know what's up. Say, what's going on? Deblator, I think you changed your username, I saw. But now it's, I don't know how to say it. Okay. Welcome in, how's it going? Nick Jack? Like that? Probably saying it wrong. Ah, abbreviations for name plus surname. Okay. Nice. Oops, did I just open Discord? Hopefully not. Well, welcome in. I am doing some Steam multiplayer stuff right now. I basically rebuilt the entire way that the Steam stuff is handled. Because we kept having issues. Right now I'm just kind of testing everything. There's this bug that we need to fix. It's this, whenever on peer disconnected gets called, if we free the player, for some reason I'm pretty sure it makes other people crash. I'm just confirming that right now though. That's the line that's making people crash. Or not crash, but just disconnect from the server. Okay, so we're gonna see what happens here if I disconnect on laptop. Yeah, so that's the weird thing. That's the line that makes everything break. Right? So deleting the player when they disconnect makes everybody else disconnect. Which is very odd. Not sure why that is. Also, it seems like is the text bubble not appearing right? Oh, no, it is. So why does that happen? I figured it out. So this is only running on the server. It's only connected on the server. Right, we can just print multiplayer.isServer. And if we ever see that appear with false or whatever, I can hit join game again. I don't know, it's really odd. Oh, it says laptop is already connected, right? Well, yeah, it's all broken now because the player hasn't gone away. I just wonder why queuing the player just breaks everything. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. Unless it's just because this is being called on everybody else too, right? So I could just say if multiplayer.isServer. Just to make sure. I mean, it should be fine. I mean, it's definitely not being called over here. There's no way. We can go ahead and print out on here just to make sure. So let's just say disconnect wherever that is on player disconnect. Peer disconnect. We're gonna print. If this gets called, then that's bad, right? So let's just say. So let's try that. Let's restart this server. Let's boot everybody up. Okay. Wait for this to load. I just want to fix this is our final bug with Steam, as far as I can tell. I'm sure there's more, but if we get this fixed, I think we're on track. I think that's pretty much it. It's just a matter of fixing regular old multiplayer bugs, so. Come on, game, load. Come on. Okay. So let's start up another server. Let's go there. Over there. And then laptop is connecting soon. Okay. So So let's experiment with this now. So laptop exits. Does that get called over here? No, so it doesn't. This is what's so weird about this. It just straight up calls server disconnected. So it's not an issue with pure disconnect being called on the client or something. But why does the server disconnect, you know? I don't know. This bug is puzzling. Yeah, why would that happen? I have no idea. I mean, all it's doing is it's just deleting the player, but why does it make everybody go away? Do I just need to, like, delay it, you know? Get tree... get tree dot physics frame, and we just await the frame before we do it? Would that change anything? I don't know. But we can try it. So let's connect up again. Keep trying, guys. Hold on. Come on. Join game. I hate using the trackpad on my laptop. I need to maybe get another mouse or something. Okay, so we're gonna try this. So this is with a physics frame delay on pure disconnect after we call this stuff. Let's see if it changes anything. So if we go over to laptop, quit. Nope, still the exact same issue. Well, I know it's not any of this stuff because it's fine. It doesn't cause any issues. It's just when we run player queue free, which is so odd. I mean, is there anything happening in player that's causing, like, other people to disconnect? If we look inside of the player script, is there like a tree? Yeah, tree exiting right here. Oh. Why is this here? Disconnects players when connection to a host is lost. So this is only on Steam? If we're not the server, say main server disconnect. Okay, that shouldn't be there, I think. I think that's our issue. I don't know why I'm calling that. Disconnects players when connection to a host is lost. But that's not true. Also, it's not on the authority. Yeah, what is with that? Okay. Let's push these changes now and see if this works. Such a fool if that's the case. This is how it always goes. It's always something stupid. Okay, let's save that. Do it in here. Disconnect, push 2. Let's close out of the game. Grab the pole. Over here. Okay, should be up to date in here now. Reload. I get a friend request over here? Whoa. Yeah, I'll accept that. Okay. So we're all up to date. What errors did it log in here? I mean, not anything too problematic. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's pull the origin over there. Reload from disk. Launch the game. Game's launched there. Save. Relaunch the game here. And I'm hoping that this is it. This will fix all of our problems. So let's see. Maybe I have that signal because when... Well, no, the only way that the world... Because then they would just disconnect from the server. I don't know. It's weird. And it only happens when our multiplayer peer is the Steam peer. So it just seems like I'm creating a bug for no reason. I don't know. But let's see what happens now. I'm pretty confident that this will be fine now. All right, get everyone connected. Here comes laptop. All right, so if laptop disconnects, the server should be okay. Yes. We're fine. Okay. And then likewise, if this player disconnects, it shouldn't say any message here. Yes. And then if we join the game and the server disconnects, they should get an error message saying that the server shut down. Let's just make sure. But I'm pretty sure it's fine. Yeah, disconnected from server. Things are looking good, guys. I think that's all of our Steam issues worked out then. As far as I know, there isn't really any other major bugs. There's still these errors that pop up sometimes. Result limit exceeded. I tried to fix it by increasing like the limit for our packet size or whatever with Steam, but I think it's like it's just sending too many. Because there's a lot of this stuff like conveyor start update, and there's just so many RPCs being sent. And it's mostly not that. I think it's also just like the player sending these animation RPCs and stuff constantly. What I need to do is make it so these only get sent when like the animation actually changes, right? And also with this, I mean, target on hit, that doesn't happen that often. I think that'll be okay. I mean, a lot of these, it's not the end of the world if these don't get called, you know? It might cause some visual bugs and stuff, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Also, I don't know if these are... Yeah, it also complains about this stuff, how there's no multiplayer peer assigned and stuff. It's because of global data in-game. Which is kind of odd, because I'm pretty sure I say... Don't check that stuff until you're actually in-game. But, I don't know. Yeah, because it says here. Let's figure out what's going on with that. I mean, these are minor bugs. These are things that we will continue to fix now. I'm pretty sure global in-game is set in here. Yeah, set in-game. But this is well after, like, we are connected and have a multiplayer ID. So I wonder why it's complaining about that. Maybe it's just because set in-game is not being set back to false or something. Oh, that's the only time. Well, here, global.in-game. So I set that back to false at some point. Right here. Enter tree. Yeah, it should be fine. We can also just do that on load game. Or I just call it game reset. I really should change this whole global in-game thing. Really what would make more sense for that is like set that to false. Probably just saying that as like pure active or whatever, right? Also, let's go make sure that this is gonna not break. Because here I say, whenever I create a server, okay, I just immediately run initialize game, so it should be okay. Yeah, initialize game has to be ran to load in a save, because that's where it runs load game and all this stuff. I do need to make sure this gets ran when we're changing worlds, right? And we're already in a world, so we can go to our save load menu and on load save pressed. Yeah, so we just say start host, which starts the whole. Okay, so if global in game, we set our active path and then just say initialize game. So yeah, we're fine. It's not going to cause any issues. It's just going to run initialization, which kind of is the runs all the stuff. It initializes the game, believe it or not. So yeah, I think we're good to go. I don't think we'll have any issues setting that to false. Hopefully that fixes that issue. I presume it just got set to true, not never set back to false or something. So I don't know really why this is an RPC. I mean, I don't think I ever call it as an RPC. It seems like I don't really need that anymore. I don't think I ever call or check if in-game on a different object. So let's just go to, yeah, set in-game. I don't really need that function anymore. Let's just say it's true. Okay. Yeah, and there's all these, because what's happening here is it creates the world before, like, there's a multiplayer peer, I think. Well, I don't know, it shouldn't do that, because it says load game here. So it should be, fine, but I guess not. It's probably because when it calls game reset, I think that happens multiple times during the loading. But it definitely does get called again, so it shouldn't really matter. Well, it gets called when we first initially start everything. We say false, do not create the world, right? Where do we call it game reset? So we do call it 2 other times. So in load game, yeah, that's fine. We're going to call it game reset, and that creates the world and everything. And then here we also call it game reset. So it should be okay. Guess we don't call game reset and initialize game. But it gets called in both of these, so it should be okay. Unless it's that it's... No, I don't know. It's probably okay. Okay. Ugh. Well, I think we're good to go. So anyways, just kind of on other multiplayer, some minor multiplayer bugs. There's that one review. It mentioned some issues with Spore. Right here. Boss 2 dead but stuck on death animation or just frozen. Yeah. So let's fix that bug. I don't know why that's... I think that's happened before. I thought I fixed it, but maybe not. So if we go to Spore, there must be a reason he's not, like, dying. So he's stuck on his death animation, so I presume he just keeps laughing. So yeah, it should be in here somewhere where I call that. If I'm doing it with an animation player, then that's our issue. I just say... death. Yeah, okay. Yeah, animation players are unstable. It's frustrating. But I changed this, I'm pretty sure, in Dreadcap. If we go to Mushroom Boss. He doesn't use the stupid animation player anymore. He does use it for his attacks. But I don't think he uses it for his death anymore. I thought that I did that all with tweens. Maybe I didn't. Oh, but right here, this is, I say on attacks animation finished, then I call death end. So, like, the ending of that animation's not dependent upon that. So it should be okay. Maybe I just haven't done that in Spore yet, because I haven't heard of anybody having that. Yeah, see, I call death end there. I haven't heard of anybody having that issue. Oh no, I also... What? Is it because I'm calling death end twice? Let's delete that key. Make sure it's not calling that. Same in here. Yeah. Weird. So what happens when Spore dies? Let's just make sure here. So process, if has died, die start, play the death animation. That's pretty much it. So on the death animation, it spawns in the explosions and it plays, yeah, plays the animation. Just does a couple explosions, yeah. And this has a signal connected up to Spore here on animation player finished. If animation name is death, then it calls death end. So it should be okay. Also, okay, yeah, no, that's only if it's the server. So that'd be okay. I don't know. I'm not sure why it would be broken. Maybe it's just because it was calling twice. I've never seen it break for me before. Maybe it was just like a weird Steam thing before, why it didn't work, or it didn't sync this queue free thing on multiplayer. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know. Well, hopefully that fixes that, though. It's hard to really test because it's such a specific situation. It's on Steam multiplayer, and then also, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna really be able to test it. Yeah, the doors are still closed and stuff. Very odd. Yeah, this is what happens. They're just kind of... Spore's just kind of stuck, crying. I mean, I definitely believe that it happened. Obviously, it was a screenshot. It's just like, I wonder how. Take damage. I mean, because he died. He started the crying death animation. Unless what happened is that he, like, overwrote his death with a different thing or something. Or he started to do the laugh right here. Maybe that's what happened. So it just overrode everything because he started laughing. That could have been what happened. I mean, I don't feel like I would have noticed that earlier if that is the case, but let's just make sure that only can happen if he's not dead. Oh, I see. I'll just say else if his server okay, so that'll prevent that from ever happening. It should be impossible now. Where if you're dead, the only animation you'll ever play is the death animation, because that's really the only one. It's just death and laugh. So otherwise down here you can do that one. Okay. That could have been what happened. It's just probably just they got really unlucky with the timing. Is my guess. All right. So we can put down a lot of these changes in here now. I guess this is kind of an optimization. I mean, it's a network optimization with Steam. I'll just put it in there. Networking system to improve stability and keep things in line with the eNet multiplayer behavior. So fix an issue where Spore could start laughing as he died. Soft locking players in the dungeon. Fix an issue where a player exiting in a game through Steam would cause everyone else to also exit. Lot of fixes with the Steam multiplayer stuff. Fix an issue where players could sometimes spawn in invisible through Steam multiplayer. That doesn't happen anymore. Fix an issue where players connecting to a Steam game would sometimes not have their player spawn in and instead stay stuck in stuck in a top view camera or whatever. I don't know. All right. I think that's pretty much everything there. We still do have all these bugs that we need to fix. So we could start working on those or just more quality of life stuff. I would also like to take a look at, like, I mean, I think content-wise, we're really close to being ready to go. We can look at what we kind of have in here and stuff. So if we go to our buildings. So I think the last thing we're kind of working on was the surge protector, as far as I know. And I do have it working now. If we go to the scene. So basically how it works is the power network, whenever a storm is started and stuff and we're on Opus, it will attempt to run this function first before striking a building. So it's going to say, okay, was I able to successfully protect with this surge protector? If so, great. Otherwise, it does the lightning strike. This should also show player inventory. So I can boot this up and sort of show you guys what it looks like. This also needs some particles and stuff for when this activates, definitely. Nothing crazy, just like probably some little lightning particles when it initially activates. I might set the ordering to this to -1, so it's behind everything. I guess we don't need to. Then initial velocity. Turn off gravity. Boom. Now direction, full. Okay. And then also particle flags, align the Y. I might change this to not our lightning, but like this one. Up the count. This should really be more explosive. So this is when it like protects against a blast. It's pretty basic. Probably start out white and then maybe fade out to blue. Maybe like a brighter blue, like that, yeah. Okay. This will also be unshaded, because it's a glowy thing. So plop that on. Same with our progress bar here. It should be unshaded. Yeah, we're good. Okay. And for our initial spawn area, we could mess with that a little bit. Just call this lightning or something. So, hey, Alpha Pan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So our mission shape, we could set that to maybe a rectangle of 16 by 16. It'll do that then. Which maybe we just set that to a little smaller. I do want to up the velocity here. So thank you, Purr, for the follow. We could also do a little bit of random scaling. Let's increase the maximum to 2. Just like that. I actually liked it better, I think, as a point. Yeah, because then it goes out in like a radius. So that's pretty much it for this, and then we just need a sound. So get an audio stream player. Sound effects world, set that to, I guess, pretty large, because I want people to be able to hear when it's been protected. That's pretty much it in there. Now we just need a sound for it. I don't know what sound we're going to use. Probably just some kind of, you know, bzz. So let's go to free sound and look for some zaps or something. So, yo, Connor, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Zap. Okay, these are probably going to be loud. Let me turn down the desktop audio. Well, that's a classic zap. The laser gun zap. Yeah, those are all... No. That's kind of what I want. It's just like a Jacob's Ladder sound. Let's look for that specifically. Okay, well, that one's just cool. So let's... This is the one. Woke up from a long nap. Yeah. Well, good morning. Put this in here. So now let's find the one that sounds cool. I mean, that right there is kind of a vibe, I'm not gonna lie. I think that'll work. We just fade it in and stuff, fade it out. Probably extend it and then do a exponential fade on the end. There There we go. Initial fade. That'll work. Maybe some kind of thuddier sound, like a, I don't know, or like a click or something. Some kind of mechanical click. Like it's like switching something or activating, like to reroute the electricity. Let's see. Stop shocking you. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a funny one. Sure, on Creative Commons 0. Gunhammer. As funny as it is, it's actually kind of exactly what I want. I like how bassy this is, you know, it's like a big mechanism. Yeah, that's basically what I want. We could maybe get rid of the first click, so it's just... I guess we could leave the first click, it's not too bad. Yeah, thank you for the posture check. Oh. Lower it down though, it's super loud. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Make sure this is all... That's already normalized. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. I don't want this noise to get too annoying, because I imagine this is going to happen a lot. You know, there's going to be a lot of these noises playing. So I might just swap this out to one click, so it's not so... Yeah, that'll be better. Just so it's not so annoying. Because if there's like 3 clicks, it's just going to be just constant, you know? It'll be annoying. So we're going to call this Surge Protector. Export. Also, something that we need to do is make sounds for our asteroid collector. So while we're here, maybe we just do that really quick. Basically, we just need 2 sounds, one for like the beam and one for the asteroid, you know? I'm sure we could just search asteroid and there's probably that sounds like a firework. I mean, that's cool ambience, but it's like a song. I mean, I don't want it to blow up, but... That could maybe work, but it's a little too, like, low pitch for the size of our asteroid or our meteor, whatever. That's just an explosion. Interesting. Luminous. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess this is the closest. We could probably, like, pitch it up and stuff to make it sound better. Then we just need a laser sound, which really shouldn't be too bad, or some kind of, you know what? A microwave. That'll be fine. We can find a good one. Alright, Creative Commons 0, yeah. Kind of, but these are all really quiet. Here, let's increase. Let's go by downloads most. Microwave 1. Drone sound. Well, that's just a cool noise. We'll use that. So we got that one, the comet sound, and then we can turn these into looping things. And we'll definitely have to increase the pitch on this one, on the comet. Because we don't want it to go whenever there's an asteroid. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. We can just up the speed. Just go like 300%. I mean, it's loud, but it's gonna be not that loud in game, you know what I mean? Like, it'll be like... Just a little quiet thing that fades out. So I think it'll be okay. If I can get this back to 0. Oh, had it. There we go. So now let's just make it loop and stuff. So just bop, bop. So Military, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today? Then I'm just gonna paste that at the end over here. Give it a constant power. Okay. It'll be fine, guys. Don't worry. We're gonna like fade in the audio and stuff in game. All right, now export that as asteroid. I mean, I guess we can make it a little lower pitched. It is pretty high pitched. Means I'm gonna have to undo everything I just did, but that's okay. We can probably go down to like 200% instead. Yeah, it's gonna be clicking all over the place. Let's fix the audio now. Just have to take a bit off the beginning. Boom. Sorry if this is like super loud, by the way. I did turn down the desktop audio a lot, but if it is, let me know. I can turn it down more. Come on, let's go. Somebody writes you a message with many extra characters just like that. May say really like you. Well, thank you very much. Fairly normal volume here. Okay, good. So let's call this asteroid. What do we call it? Asteroid. What is it doing? Asteroid burn, asteroid crash. I guess I'll just call it. But it's not like a crash. A crash is like a asteroid falling. Sure. All right. Then the final sound is this, which is already a cool sound. Oh my god. The sound is pretty cool, although it's maybe a little low pitch because it's going to be hard to hear against the ambience of Opus. But we up the pitch. Maybe even up it again, maybe? Oops, not 30. That's not. It's a pretty cool sound. Yeah, we'll use that. And just cut some random points in it. Like this. Grab the beginning. Oops, constant power. It's like it just exploded. All right, we are good to go now. Back out. Oops. Save this one as a tractor beam. All right. Okay. So now we can implement all these different sounds. So first off, we have the sound for the surge protector. I gotta wait. Waiting for that. Okay. Get surge protector. Oops. It didn't show up. What did I call it? Thought I called it surge protector. There it is. So that'll just play now whenever this successfully protects, which is, we do all this stuff down here. So I'm just gonna say audio stream player.play, also lightning.emit, or emitting is true. And then on this, we're gonna say explosive and one shot. All right. So that's set up. We'll test that and make sure it's working. Let's now also go to our asteroid collector and add all those sounds in. So we don't need craft sound anymore. That's just not a thing. Well, I guess I can keep the player. Might as well. So we need the asteroid falling. And I'm actually just going to attach that to the asteroid. believe it or not. Then the next thing is the tractor beam. I'll attach that to anchor. All right, so this is gonna be, yep, asteroid falling. Which is this asteroid falling? Yeah, it is. Okay. It'll fade off really quick, so it sounds intense and insane right now, but it's not actually gonna be that bad, don't worry. I'm just setting it up in the code down here so I can fade it out. And I'll probably also randomize all the pitch scales of these too. I should have done that in the surge protector. So we're just gonna say audio stream player dot pitch scales randf range or 175.25. Okay. Now, asteroid falling. We're gonna go do all of our code and figure all that out. So we're probably gonna use tweens to handle the audio levels and stuff. So let's go to, let's see here. I need to get the initial volume of this, so we're just gonna say, right, copy that. Var initial asteroid volume is that dot volume dB. Just so that we can tween to that volume. So if I change it in here to make it quieter, it means that I can, you know, just use that. So down here in all of our tween mess. So let's see here. So this is where the asteroid actually goes down. And this is where we say we stop emitting. So basically right there is where we want to do it, I think. Tween property. We could create a subtween on this. We can say get tree dot create tween. Just because it's kind of complicated to put all this in the same tween sometimes. And then we're just going to say dot tween property. Specifically this one. Asteroid falling. We're going to say volume dB. And we're going to lerp it down to minus 60 over the course of like 0.5 seconds. So minus 60 should be the like quietest volume. Supposedly. Yeah, we should be okay. Alright, so that's going to lerp it down. We're also going to just do it up here when it initially, you know, we say emitting is true and stuff. We're just going to create a new tween for falling. And we're going to lerp it from... Right, we're just going to make sure volume dB is minus 60 or whatever when we start. We don't have a ready event, do we? Yeah, we do. Okay, so that's going to be at minus 60. Then in start asteroid, it's going to do this. So this is going to go up from minus 60 to whatever our asteroid volume was. It's going to lerp up to there. As soon as it gets to here, it's going to stop. So this should happen in... It's only in 0.3 seconds. Then that should be like really quick. We'll just say that's in 0.3 seconds, yeah. Alright. Now we should be good to go. Probably going to lower the volume on this a little bit more. So let's just go test that. That should now... We can make sure that the surge protector works and then also the asteroid sound is working. So I think I can finally close all my other game windows here. I'll probably test this stuff again another time, but I want it gone. Close GitHub. Close it all, but leave the Minecraft server open. Alright. Is this still, like, operating? Yeah, it is. Can finally close that out. Oh, you turn my laptop off. As far as I can tell, I think we're good to go. Alright, now we can finally just play single player again to test these things. Glad we finally got there with the Steam stuff. Scary always, you know, having to, like, completely rebuild stuff like that, because it's, you know, what if you can't, make it work again? But it was good that we did, I think. It doesn't matter if we build this right now, but let's... Well, I'll do it on Opus, because that's, like, really what I want to know about. Is, like, what does it sound in context of the, background ambience. So, I need lenses. Give me 2 lenses, please. And also, we have no power. Give me copper ingot, please. Then I'm gonna say create res scenes. Oh, creative generator. Okay, I didn't hear it play. Maybe this is really quiet. Also, Easy Taco, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'm not hearing it play, so... wonder why. Oh, it's because it's not playing. That's the problem here. So we have to say falling.play. And then down here when this is done. Oops. So tree dot... why did I call that tree? Tween. Hey, Medusa D, how's it going? Welcome in. Oh, there's already a tween. Or... subtween. And then I can say subtween dot... call... I think it's tween... what's tween method? Okay. Just say tween callback. And now we can say, that dot play. And, or not play, we want to say stop over here. Alright, I think that's good to go. So now that's going to, should work. If we save that. Yeah, our building got blasted because of the lightning. But this can also be a good opportunity to test our surge protector. I need, materials, though. So I'm still not hearing it. I don't know if it's, just that it's not working. Oh, I think I heard it for a second. But it's just like... I think it's just too slow. It may be a little bit too quiet. So let's try that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can hear it. It's just, it all happens so quick. It's like, you don't even have time to, react to it. And that one was inaudible. I need to increase the radius of the distance on this. Going alright, been slowly making good progress on my current game project. I actually wrote the entire game design game loop out overnight. Nice. It's the first game in years of full direction on Yeah, which is nice and feels much better than coding and expecting something to come out of it. Yeah, that's awesome. Whoa. Why did that not use a surge protector? Huh? It blasted our frickin' creative generator, dude. Oh, it's because we don't have hydrogen. That's my bad. There we go. I really should have a warning on this when there's no hydrogen in it, just so it's like, it's obvious to tell. Okay, cool. I think the sounds are for the asteroids are working. I need to do it for the tractor beam now. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, right. Like, it doesn't really sound that intense when it's in game. It's just really crazy in the Premiere. Here, let me turn the desktop audio back up now so you guys can hear things. Yeah, I think we're good. Maybe I make this take a little bit longer to stop. Let's try that. Going through a particular list of quality of life tasks or just playing around tweaking things that feel off. Yeah, I mean, not anything super specific. Really, I want to get into some more real quality of life stuff, but I'm just kind of tying up a couple loose ends right now. We're just doing some audio stuff for the surge protector and the asteroid collector. Just some little minor things I didn't do earlier, but now I'm going back and finishing them up, so yeah. The next thing here with this building is the tractor beam, so we're gonna work on that. This protector is a cool mechanic idea. Well, thank you. Yeah, I was really torn between like doing like a shield thing and then also doing you know, what's the word? Well, yeah, between a surge protector and like a plasma shield. So, because the reason for the surge protectors, there's lightning strikes on this planet, so it can like surge your network and break buildings if you don't have the surge protectors. It's basically just a logistical challenge if you really think about it. So, but yeah, I mean the shield idea is cool, but it's just, it was really hard, like, I don't know, conceptually, or like, not conceptually, but technically how I would implement it, right? You can see that's when the surge protector activates, it prevents a lightning strike. We're gonna need more of them. Yep, I don't have enough. Oh no, it's all falling apart. Okay, we're good. So yeah, you'll hear those activate every once in a while. I'm not gonna have lightning strikes, I think, or maybe just have their frequency severely decreased when it's not storming, and then when it does storm, it's like, you know, crazy. But yeah, the odds of a lightning strike increase based off the number of buildings you have, you know. So if you have like a billion... Oh, why didn't it? It should have protected. Unless it's not getting set back to like protection mode or something. Maybe that's what's happening here. There may be a bug that we have to work out. Well, that one keeps working, and that one worked. We might have just gotten really unlucky. I don't know. But yeah. I don't think I've thought much about electricity overloading and tying that into a game mechanic. Yeah. I think it's pretty interesting. Also, I realized one thing that kind of sucks about this sprite is that the meter being on the front... Ooh, see, I don't have enough. I don't have enough. You gotta... you gotta be prepared. I might increase the size of this building to be 2x3 so that, like, that meter is always visible. Because otherwise, when the buildings are lined up like this, you can't see it, and it's unfortunate. It also means that it blocks the hydrogen meter too, so I think I'm gonna increase the size of the building so you can actually see that stuff always. Just kind of bake it as part of the size of it, you know. mean, technically, physically, this makes more sense if it's a 2x2, but it causes issues. The thing, like, go bow wow and then... Yeah, emergent gameplay, crazy. Did you have a full end vision for this game when you started, or a base that evolved? Yeah, I mean, the thing with game development is your game will never be the original vision that you set out with. It just won't. Things change so much as you actually start developing. You know, you realize, like, things that are too hard to do, so you change your idea and pivot, and then because of that pivot, this other thing changes. It becomes this really, like, this evolving living being, right? So, yeah, I mean, I set out with the initial concept for Starground where it's like, okay, it's gonna be a multiplayer kind of combo of automation and dungeoning, and that was basically it. That's like my only idea. But I didn't really, I mean, I had concepts and ideas for like the more fine details of what buildings there's going to be, like what materials and all that kind of stuff, right? But when I actually got around to it, none of that, it really worked out the way I thought it would have. So, yeah. Ask because every time I'm in here, I learn about a new thing you have in this game. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just like, I think that's just the way to do it. I mean, as much as it sucks that it's really hard to follow, like, your initial vision, it's just, the more that you embrace the fact that it changes and that you change along with your ideas, I think that's important. Just be ready for that and accept it. Because I think in the end, it makes for a better game. I don't, like, change my initial plan just for no reason. I do it for a good reason. I do it either to save time on developing or because I think a different feature is going to be better than my initial idea. So, yeah, right? It's all just fluid. How's it going to change? Oh, yeah, in the buildings table. So you could make the meter reading show up on the top at all times. I mean, I could do that, but then I'd also have to move the hydrogen thing, and then I would have to redo the whole sprite, and I don't know. I do like how the building really, like, looks. Then I'd have to get rid of the wire and stuff. I think I'll just increase the size of it. It's really not a big deal. I'll just make sure that there's a nice balance between the size and the, like, time. That's why I just decreased the time that it takes to recharge from 10 down to 6 so that it's a little more fair given the larger footprint. Also, we have ads going on. My apologies. Wait for those to end. Okay, destroy collector stuff. So now we gotta do the laser beam sound. I'll wait to reply to any comments until the ads are over. I never know if you guys could hear me or not, because, like, Twitch is weird with ads. Like, sometimes people just don't get ads and stuff, but there's no way of me knowing if you have ads or not. Oh, you have turbo? Okay. Yeah. I typically just wait until the ads are over to reply to stuff, because I don't know if people are in ads or not. Okay, so tractor beam, this is where all this stuff is going to start. And this is also where the particles stop. And right here, the laser tweens in and out and stuff. So I think I'll go ahead and save our tractor tween. It's not a tractor, but... Then I'm going to go ahead and say tractor tween dot... Oops. Put this in here as a volume dB is going to go not to that, but initial beam volume. So that's going to be equal to tractor beam dot volume, like a type. And then we're going to set that to minus 60. So hey, Legendary Skate, welcome in. How's it going? We got ads going on, but we'll be done in just a minute. Okay, so this is going to bring the tractor beam volume up over the course of 0.1 seconds to our beam initial volume. Actually, let's up that to 0.3 seconds. Okay, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Anyways, to reply to everything. Most inventions are accidents historically or discovered by chance due to experimenting. Exactly right. Yeah, like it's a lot easier to create a solution to something when you actually run into the problem. Like assuming what problems you're going to have so early on in development is really hard. So Fluco's great until it gets on your pants. I won't. This song's very FTL vibe-like. Oh, the last one or this one? Also, Paraluxo, welcome in. I'm pretty new to Godot. Is there a way you can recommend to learn Godot the best? Yeah, would you start, if you would start from zero, any tips? One of the biggest things that I would say is really like learn what documentation is and how to read it, because it helps so much. So let's say that you want to learn about a Node 2D. Something that you can do in Godot is if you have like an object type, like you can hit control and click on stuff and it opens the documentation for that node. So I don't know if you know like what nodes are and stuff, but basically everything in Godot is a node. A node is just like an object that does different things, has different functions and stuff. But yeah, what's great about documentation, control click on it, now you can learn all the information about this node. So there's probably videos on documentation, but the gist of it is that there's properties, which is like a number that it stores. There's methods, you know. I mean, I don't know if you if you're already familiar with programming or not, or if this is the first time you've ever done it, but yeah. Yeah, and they also have examples in here and stuff, which is really good too. You know, it's good. It's good documentation. So yeah, definitely look at that. There's also some decent tutorials. Brackies has been doing Godot tutorials. Godot tutorials. I just said Godot tutorials. And these are pretty good. I mean, I don't really like... I skimmed through these to see what he's doing, but obviously I don't need to follow the tutorial. But if you're starting out, some of these are pretty useful. This is like a programming tutorial. This is specifically about 3D stuff, and then a lighting video, which is really helpful too. So yeah, definitely take a look at some of these. These are good. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Godot's documentation is also very well organized and worded compared to most software. Yeah, right. It's really good. It's super helpful. If you go to the Godot documentation, search 2D game or shaders, there's a... Yeah, they also have... That's another great thing about the documentation. Just open up a tab, Godot documentation. They actually have tutorials in here. So if you go to getting started, there's like your first 2D game and stuff like this. It's really great. And it's just all of this stuff, you know? This is just the manual. It's not like the class reference. So it's like, what's the best practices on stuff? When to use scenes versus scripts. You know, there's a million different things in here. So definitely read through all this because it's so important. And people don't take advantage of these resources as much as they should, you know? And there's just a whole thing on 2D. Like, all of this stuff, 2D movement overview, and it shows you how to do everything. 8-way movement, rotation, and all the stuff. So these are so useful. Yeah. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Ferd Bracky's recommended a ton, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's always done really good tutorials and stuff. Just kind of simple and straight to the point. So I never really watched any of his other videos just because I wasn't really like using Unity for very long anyways. But his Godot ones are pretty good. I'm not at a point where I don't really need the tutorials anymore, but for people starting out, they're definitely useful. Okay, so this is gonna start up the sound. I also need to just start playing the sound here, so we need to do right here, actor tween dot tween callback. I think I do another one here. Yeah, that's increasing the volume. So this is gonna say start playing the tractor beam audio. Now we're gonna copy all this and do the same thing for when it ends. So way down here, this is where we start making the laser fade out and stuff. And I think this is all set to incremodulate A, laser progress, asteroid scale. I think this is all one unit here. So I'm pretty sure, where do we do parallel? We set it true way up there, and then that's it. Okay. So I can just add another tween property in here. So we can just say tween property. Then grab that. And we're gonna say dot stop. Well, that's, we'll just call this down here. Otherwise, we're just gonna do this one, which is gonna bring its volume down to 60. All right, this should work now. We're gonna test this out and see. I would like to convert all this into a animation player, but I don't know. Some of these things are tricky to do that with, especially since it's a random position. I don't know if we can actually animate that with an animation player. I would do it on all the, you know, modulates and laser progress and stuff, but animation players are kind of weird in Godot, and sometimes they don't work. Like just with the issue we just had with Spore, sometimes it doesn't call functions properly. So yeah, right. I mean, I don't really need to swap it over. It's just finish it and be done with it. That's another important thing with game development is sometimes, yeah, there's a better solution, but the benefits of swapping over sometimes don't always outweigh the cons, the time spent. I would just change it just so it's not just this huge block of code of tweens in here, because it's just kind of messy. Trying to add things in here can be a little weird, but you know, that's why I'm deciding not to change it. Because it's not really broken. There's technically nothing wrong with it. All right, let's go try this out. I need lenses. And I need my Tesla coil. Flash create res, scenes, creative generator. And now I need my surge protector, give Voltrum ingot. Yikes. I did start for some reason instead of play, and that crashed everything. Okay. That was kind of scary. All of a sudden, it's just and everything's dead. Voltrum wire. I think you could hear it a little bit. Hydrogen. Unless it's playing the wrong... I think it's on Asteroid. Yeah. I was like, that's not right. We have to change it to the actual tractor beam. Alright, let's try this now. Also, yeah, I changed the shape of this now, so it's good. I really didn't hear it at all. Might just be because that volume. Oh. Game froze for a minute. Go on. I can't tell if I can hear it or not, you know what I mean? Let's call this, I think it's time. It's finally time for ABBA 4. Like you mentioned too, it could actually be working better in that setup due to the simplistic pattern. Yeah. Also, Bobby, welcome in. How's it going? Over on YouTube. Okay, let's go over the world. Oh. It's funny how sometimes good code is boring code. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is making audio. It's just really quiet. Oh, sorry. Surge protector went off. Yeah, 6 seconds feels a little more fair on that. Man, things can fall apart quick if you don't keep your surge protector filled with hydrogen. But I guess that's, you know, fine. That's kind of what I want. Okay, let's go fix the surge protector, like, positioning now. Because now it's all messed up. Now that just gets set to 0. Yeah. Now we go back to the buildings table, surge protector, delete the sprite offset. All right. Now I think we're good to go. We've got the audio working. It should be a little louder now. I could increase the volume more if I need to, but let's see. All right, we're coming along. We've got the audio for all that stuff set up, which is basically all the audio we have to do. I do want to add more like researches and stuff. You know, I want there to be more fruits of our labor. Because right now it's fine. I mean, you unlock some new buildings and stuff, and it's cool and all, but I would like to make it so it's like, I don't know, more meaningful to actually go to Opus, right? One of the ways that I kind of achieve that is through the super fast logistics, obviously, but we need more. It's not enough. Joining game. Because we have overdrive logistics here. That gives you the side mover and all this, the V3 conveyors and stuff, which is a good first step, but it's really easy to make. You only need a couple Voltrum ingots, which technically you could just bring those back home and smelt them here instead of on Opus. So I want there to be another reason to go to Opus. Because one is not enough. Typically, I think at least 3 reasons is going to be the play, right? Okay, I think I heard the beam. Let's listen to that again. Yeah, it's pretty quiet still, even with that change. I think I'm gonna maybe decrease the volume of our falling. Oh, that went back to 0. It is kind of loud though. Drop that down to 10, and then for our tractor beam, let's up it by 5 decibels. At least 5 decibels. Should I download Jedi Fallen Order or Jedi Survivor? I don't know. I mean, I've heard of those 2 games. I haven't played either, though. Fallen Order. Fallen Order is the first one, right? Yeah. I mean, it depends whether you're in for the long haul or not. Do you want to start from number 1 and then go to Survivor? I don't know. You could probably start with Fallen Order and then finish that game out. I sent you a song I made and I hate it. Oh yeah. Well, if you hate it, do you not want me to put it in the playlist? You just want me to listen to it? Words are nice. Yeah, we could put this in with the music. So let me shut my laptop down. I was gonna do that. Shut down. All right. Yeah, I can put that in there if you would like me to. I appreciate it. I kind of don't want to listen to it because I like the surprise of hearing the songs. So Jedi Survivor sounds fun. If it's like a Survivor IO game, I don't think it is. No. I haven't played a Dynasty Warriors game like a decade. I think it's been long enough to be a fun novel experience again. Dynasty Warriors. I don't know if I've heard of that. Dynasty Warriors. Yeah, I've never seen this game before. I do like it, but at the same time I don't. I mean, that's fair. That's just anything. Yeah, I can put it in the music. Can I send you a Dwarf Fortress screenshot for no reason? Sure, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, so it's like a battling game. Yeah, hack and slash. That's cool. Dynasty Warriors that, yeah, beat up entire armies and duel their heroes kind of game. Nice, yeah. When it plays, you'll be in for a surprise. Okay. A few games have made clones of it over the years, like Hyrule Warriors. Oh, okay. I think I've heard of that. And this is also just a hack and slash kind of thing. Oh, yeah. Okay. Interesting. I can see hair in front of my eyes. I look crazy right now. I don't know. My hair is getting long again, guys. It finally grew back. It's not short anymore. Eventually I'm gonna have to get a haircut. But not yet. I'll let it keep growing out. There's a Gundam one too. Oh yeah, that's crazy. So Rats, welcome in. How's it going? We're close to the webcam. Your flat top looks real sharp. My flat top. Oh, like like that. It just gets cut off. Yeah. This is my new haircut, guys. What do you think? All right, so I've increased the volume of the tractor beam. I think we're good there now. It's going to be gathering up asteroids. Yeah, it looks just like that. Let's go. So I think we're good there. The surge protector's working and stuff. Operating as intended. So I think we're good to go. So as for the quality of life stuff that I would like to do, one thing that would be really nice is if you could quick grab from buildings, maybe holding control or something. I want to work on that, and I think it'd be really easy to do. It's basically just loop through the entire inventory and try and pick up as many items as possible and add it to the player inventory. Because it would be helpful. You know, you're walking around, you need some water, you just walk up to your pump and quick grab a stack out into your inventory and stuff like that, right? It would just be pretty nice to do. So let's take a look at maybe adding that to the game. I don't think it'd be too hard. Well, let me tell you. Yeah. Doing things I enjoy, gaming, watching Netflix, reading. I have not been doing things I really should, like clean my mess of a home or study. Yeah. It's all good. Every once in a while, you've got to take a break, you know? Otherwise, you go crazy. How's people here? We're doing pretty good. I redid the whole Steam networking stuff for Starground because it was a nightmare not working. But now it's good. I don't think there's any huge Steam issues. Obviously, we're gonna put an experimental branch update up and test and see, but so far things are looking good. We're just kind of working on buildings and stuff right now over here. So for the new planet. Yeah, now you can actually hear the beam. There we go. Maybe it's a little too loud, I don't know. Nah, it's not really that loud. It's way quieter than my beam. It's okay. There goes the surge. Ooh, what the... Oh, the... Because we changed the position of the sprite, the bar is like completely whack, so we just have to fix that. I think I can just set that back down. I was like, oh god. Alright. There we go. So now that takes up a 2x3 space, which is going to be better, I think, just so we can make sure you can always see the hydrogen bar and also the like current charge status or whatever. I think it's just going to work better that way. So yeah. Whoa. Why did it blow up? Okay, so I think I've noticed a bug here, which is that if you have a surge protector that doesn't have hydrogen and it tries to run it, it just immediately blasts, even though you have one that could have taken the blast. So I need to fix that inside of our network, our power network code, because that's not supposed to happen. Believe it or not. Yeah, bug fixes. This is an easy bug, though. After all the Steam bug fixing, this is a reward. This is a bonus. Yeah, I really need to get a vocational course in network admin done in preparation for my big education in August. Yeah, not behind with it, but the sooner I get back to it, get it done, the better. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I always just give myself like a, you know, like if I want like a break or something, just so I don't fall down that spiral of like a never-ending break or feeling bad about taking a break. It's kind of like I just tell myself, okay, today is the day off, enjoy it, and then tomorrow get back to it, you know. If it fixed battery charge being longer the more you have, I don't think that's a bug. The way batteries work is that if you have multiple of them lined up, then the rate at which they discharge will be slower because you have more total energy stored, right? I think of the batteries as basically just like a, how would I describe it? Like, imagine this is like a tank of water. So the more batteries you have, the larger your tank is, and the longer it takes for the water to come out of your spigot, right? So I don't think there's any issues with the batteries, as far as I can tell. If anybody does notice discharging rate issues with the batteries, let me know, but I just went back through the power network code anyways for this surge protector stuff, and it seemed like the calculation was pretty normal. It didn't do that when you played? I'm not sure then. I mean, take a close, you know, keep a close eye on that. I'll fix it if you like, because I've never noticed that happen, and I don't think anybody else has, so I'm not sure. But if people notice that happening, let me know, and we'll try and replicate it. Troubleshooting's fun, at least until you get frustrated and give up and throw hands, yeah. Make a switch sides and come at you swinging until you slay and lit it for gold. Make what do that? The surge protectors? That'd be pretty crazy if that happened. Okay, so what we need to do here, let's go to power network. It's really easy to fix this, right? All we're running here is just if protected true. We just need to put this, let's see, back up. So this is looping through for ion lightning temp dot keys. Okay, so I just pick a random surge protector. That's probably not a great way to do it. I'm probably just going to loop through all the surge protectors for each building. And then as soon as it finds one that does work, it'll just activate. So we'll just say, yeah. So we'll say up here, protected is false. Get rid of that surge protector variable. So for I in surge protectors, that means we don't need to check if it's 0 anymore. My stuff. Let's break our other surge protector. On that note, I'm needed in the napping room. I'll be back already. Sounds good. Have a good nap. Put in a gazebo as the final boss. Yeah. That'd be pretty crazy, guys. So this is going to loop through each surge protector, which is just an array, I believe, of buildings. So we're going to say protected is false, and this is where we're going to attempt to activate. So we're going to say if I.protect, protected is true, and break. Oh, there's already one called that, so let's just call it protector. And then down here, after we loop through all of those, we just say if not protected, then die. I think that'll be fine. Protected, not declared. Oh yeah, we had to push that up one more. There we go. So that should fix the issue of having empty surge protectors. Because now it'll attempt to try it on every single surge protector, and if none of them work, then we're good. I don't think performance will usually be a huge issue. It's not like you're gonna have a billion of these on the network, and really this code runs pretty infrequently. It's only 1 in 10,000 on a given frame, so it should be pretty shouldn't happen too often. So let's just add a bunch of buildings to the network. I also include Tesla coils as a building on the network. Just because if you have a billion Tesla coils, it makes sense that that would increase the area for lightning to strike. If maybe later on we decide that's unfair, and that's completely fine. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, you know. I need to get rid of this magnet. I keep picking up stuff I don't want and just... Okay. Now we wait. So that one just activated. That one activated. Yeah, I think we're good. Alrighty. Check the screenshot. Let's go do that right now. Is this like, yeah, I mean, you dug out a cool area. Oh, semi-molten rock? Is that like a bad thing? Oh, one thing got blasted. I don't know enough about, Dwarf Fortress to know what's... Oh, you can't mine it? Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Is there no way to get rid of it? Like, can you blast it with TNT or something, you know? Or is it just, is it completely unmineable? Alright, cool. These are all working, these surge protectors. Yeah, you gotta make sure that you have enough of them, because otherwise it'll start zapping. This is gonna be balanced a lot, you know? What I need to do is, like, actually build a real factory and, like, test this stuff and see, like, how much do we actually need? Or, like, you know, change the rates and stuff so it feels more fair. Because right now it is pretty quick. I think I'm probably gonna drop the rate quite a bit. Because if you think about it, this really isn't that many electric buildings. And I want to make sure that we can produce enough hydrogen to keep up with our surge protectors, so yeah. If you haven't discovered it, you can channel into it. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay. Well, we're good at that. I dropped the chance by double, so should feel a little more fair. So the next thing that I want to do is change this surge protector, have a sprite that kind of gets overlaid on top here, depending on how full it is. So we're going to add this in today also. So let's go open up our surge protector image. Actually, we have it right here. And we're just going to create another sprite that kind of masks on top. And this is going to act as just a space to put a shader on it. That's basically what we're doing. So we're going to copy this now. Hardest song of all time. Oops. Create from clipboard. And now we can save this as surge protector tank. PNG sprites. So now we're gonna create a sprite that goes on here. Tank. Oh god. Okay, so this is gonna need some finagling. There we go. And now basically the way that we're gonna do this so that you can tell how full it is based off of the modulate. So we can just change that with a shader or something. So let's go ahead and create a shader for this. Imagine it'll be pretty easy. Let's call this hydrogen tank. Okay. And I'm just going to keep this basic. We're going to have a uniform sampler 2D texture 1 and uniform sampler 2D texture 2. This will be, I think that's it. So now we can put in two textures and then a function, or not function, process, void, fragment. Gotta remember how to program. Color is equal to color, and then also we need void vertex, right? Col is equal to color so that we can use our modulate. Varying vec4 color. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have two textures just kind of pulse in and out, just as a poor man's animation. So we're gonna say texture 1 UV. Put that in there. So hey, Gigawatt, thank you for the follow. Then texture 2 in there. And we're gonna multiply all this by color, because that's just saying modulating it. All right, so texture 1. Let's get our texture in here. Okay. Texture 2. Now, as you can see, it is, for some reason, the alpha transparency is weird. So I think I just need to say times color.a. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna set the resolutions on all this and stuff. Probably set this relatively low. Maybe 10 by 20 or something. We'll figure it out. Now what we've got is two textures like this. We're gonna make it seamless because we might do some wrapping stuff. Me and my little team of people are trying to remake Swipe and Survive. Ah, nice, yeah. That's the Scott Cawthon one, right? Actually, I might increase this a little bit. Maybe to 64. We'll figure out the sizing on that. So now we're just gonna push the UVs. So we're gonna say UV plus time. UV plus time. And we also have to say on this, repeat enable. Same with that one. Now you can see what that achieves. So because we're adding them, they end up being way too bright. Instead, we can just multiply them together. So we get that. And then changing the modulate will change the, as you can see, the gas color. And I'm also going to create a color ramp on these so that the black color is just transparent. That way, we'll just be using whatever color we set as the modulate. Is Swipe and Survive not what I think it is? Make sure. Whoa. Oh, no. I'm thinking of... What is that game called? Sorry, yeah, that's your game. What is it called again? Scott Cawthon. Oh, Sit and Survive. Yeah, that's why I got the two confused. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we played this one on stream. It was pretty cool. Cool. What engine are you using for it? Let's up the resolution size of these. I don't want these to be too big because, you know, performance, but... So these are definitely not seamless. Let's, maybe just increase the blend skirt to 0.5 or something. That fixes that. I really like Sit and Survive, yeah. Sit and Survive is pretty cool. Let's copy that. Okay, so now what we have, let's hide our collision box. I can see. This is what we have now. We can also modify these color ramps. We could do constant, so we kind of get that effect. And I would also like to change the fractal on these, probably to be none, so that it's more interesting. And we'll add this as a smaller frequency. So now that we're doing that, I'm just going to say plus, because it's... Yeah, now we can just do that. Keep that one small frequency. Maybe this one could be a little lower, but not too low. Now what I'm going to do is also, like, create a sine function for the modulate on these. I think I can just say sine time, and that's going to go between 0 or -1 and 1. So var time, or this is going to be float time is that. Now I can go ahead and say We're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna change the alpha of both of these. And we're not gonna be changing the time by that much. I'll call this alpha time. So I think I can just say times vector 4, or it'd be a vec4 1 1 1 1, or alpha time right there. Yeah, now you can see the effect I'm going for. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, there we go. So what we want to do is say +1 on this, so that it goes from... So that's going to go from 0 to 2 though, which is obviously not going to work. So we have to say +1 on that and then divide all of it by 2. Okay, what's getting zapped? Oh, we're just running out of hydrogen. Yeah, that's why you gotta keep your hydrogen flowing. Let's turn down the audio. Alright, so you can see what I'm doing here. But now what I'm gonna do, instead of this just being alpha time, I'm gonna say 1 minus alpha time. And make sure that's a float. So now they kind of like swap between each other, you know? One fades out and the other comes in. So you can see the effect there. Last game jam, I used noise textures, flow, yeah, all the material textures. There's a ton you can do with just sliders coming up with unique designs. Yeah. Yeah, with just like these. Oh, okay, that's, yeah. Last game I used noise textures for all the, that makes more sense. All the material textures, yeah. It's really cool. Noise textures are way more powerful than people realize, I think, because it's like you can do some neat things. Also, let's say this is filter linear. I guess we'll keep it on filter linear. I don't know, we may change that, but we'll see. Also, I don't want to fully drop that down all the way on the gradient. So I think I'm going to go ahead and up that a bit. Kind of like that. Now, the other thing that we need to change is the time down here because it's moving way too fast. So instead of adding by time, I'm going to go ahead and just say var or float move time is time. And we'll change that. So this is going to be vec2 move time. And then same over here. Looks weird, we're working on it, don't worry. And then the X, I'm gonna say 1. We'll have to say that times move time. It doesn't make sense to have this be the same. I'm just gonna say that times time, and then we can have, like, direction vectors here. Okay. There we go. So now we can control, how fast and where this moves. So I can say here, you know, 0.1 now, instead of 1. And that'll just kind of change how it moves. So we can slow it down, because obviously this is like a tank of gas. I don't want it to move that fast. And I think we need to set minus on both of these. Okay. So 0.1 is going down. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll just have one of these be like 0.5. So that they kind of move at different rates. I might also make it so this doesn't quite go up all the way to, you know, full 1. That way they kind of like... The other one always stays a little bit visible, right? Like that. Where you can still sort of see it, I think. gonna have to figure that out. Because what I kind of want this to do is like go between 0.25 and 0.75. I'm sure there's a way I can calculate that. Just need to get that sine range function again that I use everywhere. What did I use that most recently in? Can't remember. It's in one of them. Maybe it was in the fog. Yeah. Let's just use that here, because it's very helpful. Then I don't have to do all this weird, stupid multiplication. I can just say sine range, our minimum 0.25 and 1.0. And time. Boom, easy. So now you can see what that sort of does. I want it to be like that, but I think doing 1 minus alpha time is the problem over here, because the issue is that if we say 1 minus 0.25, it should be okay. Why does it not work then? 1 minus 0.25 should be 0.75. It's kind of odd why the other one fully goes away then. Maybe it's not that it's fully going away, but just because this is too, like I need to... Oh, it's because I'm stupid and I set that to 1. That's why. Oh, I'm an idiot, guys. Okay. There we go. So now that kind of works. Now, obviously, the, it's very, like, high res compared to the sprite, which looks odd. So now what we're going to do is go ahead and make this in world space. So I think I did that in here. Somewhere in here. I mean, it doesn't need to be world space necessarily. I just need to correct it for the size of this and stuff. Well, world space is easier though. Let's find somewhere where I've done world space. Flash, blur background. Beam. I don't think I use world space for that. I know I've done it in here somewhere. Opus shader. Here we go. What even is this? Oh, this is like the clouds. So we're calculating world space here. Oh, whole computer lagged. Gotta love it, guys. And this is going to be varying vec2, world UV. Now I can use this instead of UV, and it'll be good. Yeah, you can see that now. Then this is going to be filter nearest. Now, I know it looks weird, but don't worry. We're going to change the resolution of it. Or not the resolution, but just the like scale in here. Just up these a bunch. That's better. I think we also need to... Oh, we're dividing by 1024. It needs to be our texture size, which is 128. There we go. So now it's actually in a pixel form. And we can mess with the frequency here to change that up. There we go. So now it just kind of matches the style a little bit more. And let's also slow down the gas because it's too fast. And this, I feel like, should be going up, but just very slowly. Yeah, so there we go. That's a much better effect. Using the world coordinates so it stays pixelated. Because now each pixel on this shader is the same size as the pixel in the sprite. It's a really important thing. People don't think about it very often, but it is really important to make sure that your pixel sizes are all, like, consistent. Otherwise, your art just starts to look really weird. I'm also thinking about maybe doing this to give this like a border. Right? It'll look like this. Hold on. Like that. Which I think is nice. It kind of, I don't know, breaks it up a little bit. So maybe we'll do that. Also, I can actually, funny enough, because this is a, we're using the base modulate. Looks cool, thank you very much. I can just do this, and then it should just work. It'll be half transparency in those corners. Yeah. There we go. It's basically a way we can do anti-aliasing. So I think that'll work. Now it just shows like how much gas we have in there. So final step, we can color this gas. We can make this, you know, tinted to whatever color we want now. So what color makes me think of hydrogen? Probably like a bright tannish color. Oops. Didn't... Okay, that barely does anything. Seems like it's not really changing much on the... Multiplying all of this by color, right? Yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter. We just kind of tweak it until it looks cool. We could also make it green. Like this. Like a... I mean, that's kind of cool, too. I wouldn't really mind that. It's interesting how... The way that the color stuff is done here is very odd. How, like, adding more saturation doesn't make it more green until we get to the very end of it. It's strange. I mean, we set color to color down here on modulate. And then in here... It's probably just because we're... adding the colors, so it's weird. But yeah, anyways, I think that'll work. Do I send to you? I wonder myself trying to avoid spamming. Sorry, I didn't see what you said before that. It's hard to get the YouTube chat on here, or, like, easy for me to read. So what did you say, Bobby? I'm sorry. Hey, Smoke Bro, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. First normal channel in this category? Yeah. We'll welcome in. We're currently working on, this is a building for my game Starground. We're doing a quick little shader here. So what this allows me to do is change the alpha of this to kind of represent how full the surge protector is of an item. It's just a nice little visual thing that helps people know what's happening at a glance. I think it's overlapping with some pixels on the sprite. I don't think it is. It might just look like it is, like with these ones, but it's not actually. It'll be fine. You're only going to view it from like this distance, so. Alright, so yeah, now we can just change this modulate for how full it is of hydrogen, so it's pretty easy. The way that we do that is exactly how I did that with the atmosphere collector. Because I did that same thing right here. Copy it, we're done. We might have to change it a little bit, but yeah. So now we just say in here, in process. So if we have at least one item, and it's not null, then we get the item and we calculate the, instead of setting this as the progress bar value, we're gonna say this is sprite.2d.modulate.a. Otherwise, this will be 0. So let's try that out. All right. I think we are good to go. So this should now change the modulate of the gas depending on... It's gonna be all... Oh. Everything is broken. That's okay. We just relaunched the game. All right. All these weird bugs on my phone sent me like 10 notifications saying can't error -1 something. Oh, it's weird. What OS are you running on? I am on Windows 11. You know, I've thought about Linux stuff. Linux is definitely cool. But it's tricky. You know, I've been using Windows basically my entire life, so trying to swap over to a different OS is hard. Linux definitely has its pros, but I don't know. Windows is fine for the most part for me. It's not about being cool, but we Linux users sure are cool. Yeah, I know. I've used the WSL stuff. I have not. I don't really know what that's all about. I don't think so, at least. Oh yeah, that's the Windows subsystem. I think that was brought up at one point. You brought up Linux, now I'm not gonna show about it, yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I might just make another computer that I have like on my desk to use Linux also. So. Why did that go back all the way down to 0? Oh, do I have it set so it only appears full if it's actually full of hydrogen? Because that's not what I want. So that should be the amount in here divided by the stack size times that. It might be because those are integers. So I think I just need to make sure this is all casted as a float. And that'll probably be fine right there then. Let's see. Yeah, so if we take out half, it should be at half transparency. And then if we take out another half. Well, it seems odd. It seems like it's like lowering way too quick for some reason. I mean, at full, it makes sense, but at half, it shouldn't be that dark, right? Let's see what it actually looks like at half modulate here. I guess it does just get really dark. So I might have to set like a minimum on it or something. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like the color of this is not the same color as it is in the editor. Oh, I guess it's just because of the lighting. I really should make this unshaded. So let's do that. We can just say render mode unshaded. Okay. Sorry, let me read everything in here. I want to use Linux so much, yeah. I would like to just experiment with Linux. I don't want to make the decision to like fully swap over to Linux forever, but I'd like to just make a little Linux computer and just try it out for a couple days or weeks or something. See how I feel about it. Yeah, I get you. I'm on Windows as well, but trying to slowly learn Linux or get into it. Yeah. I switched in January this year, pretty much cold turkey. I've had everything switched. Been pretty much zero actual problems. I don't use my PC for productivity, mostly just gaming. Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing Linux would be good at, though, right? It's productivity stuff, so it's probably fine. VMs are good for Linux, too? Yeah, definitely. We were just talking about WSL. It's like the Windows subsystem Linux. Could be a decent option. It's also a good metaphor, such a comparison to the animator versus manual tween discussion. Yeah, right? It's the exact same thing, isn't it? Pretty sure we all just learned what we needed to when we needed to. Wait, when we needed to, or it was just something that we started with because it seemed fun or cool. Yeah. Can't think of just going to learn something new without a need for it. Yeah, that's totally fair. Here, let's test it. Nighttime. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so that's just a quick little, like, it'll show how much hydrogen is in there. But let's adjust it so that it doesn't, like, get too dark. Because you can see when it's at half, it looks like it's almost empty, even though it's technically a quarter way full. So I think it's pretty easy. I could just actually, like, do this, where I say clamp F. I wonder if there's a way I could make this, like, exponential. You know? Or, like, logarithmic. How do we do that? I want to turn a 0 to 1 value into, like... I mean, I guess we could probably do this. If we did, like, +1. Then it would be kind of like that. So at 1, it's 1. I guess that kind of works. But is there, like, a better function for this so it doesn't, like... It does actually go back to 0? I need, like, it's like x squared... I don't know, I'm too stupid. Log function that starts at 0. I need to figure that out. Can confirm Godot works great in Linux, yeah. Google the WSL with Ubuntu, it takes 10 minutes, runs on a terminal window in your normal Windows session. Yeah. Well, I guess one of the reasons I would swap to Linux, though, is just to get rid of all the bloat of Windows. Because if I just have a virtual machine of Linux on Windows, then I still have the overhead of running Windows and Linux. So I don't know. I have to think about that. I think a decimal as exponent does log. Let's check that out. 0.1 to the power of x. Yeah, I kind of choose the same effect. But it's inverse. I guess that's because it's, yeah, it's exponent instead of log. Very powerful hacking tools. That's true. Yeah, I did a lot of Linux stuff with in university because I took a cybersecurity class where I actually had to hack stuff on purpose. Oh, you're saying reverse exponent? So if you do like x to the power of 0.1 or whatever, just 1 to the power of x. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite, or we can't do 1. We have to do like 0.5. It's not quite the same. I know cybersecurity. I do know a bit. I mean, I'm not like an expert or anything. I basically just took... Well, I did take advanced cybersecurity, which was an interesting class, but it really doesn't apply to much unless like you really need serious security. But if you're talking cybersecurity from a game standpoint, then really the best security is just... No, I'm not. The best security is basically just keep everything on the server. Like, make sure the server is always checking everything and actually stores the important info. Because then people can't hack and exploit your game. That's basically the gist of it, right? If the server decides how you should move and how you should do things, then you never have to worry about people cheating. Also, let's wait for that ad. I'll get back to you on that in one moment. Unless you have turbo. Oh yeah, you do have turbo. We can keep discussing that. But yeah, hacking the server, I mean, you can always like make sure that communication between server and clients is encrypted. I don't know. This is the thing. Like, I know the general concepts, but not necessarily how to apply it in a game sense. This is the problem with school. Is like they teach you things, but then not actually like how do you do these things for real. So it's hard. But yeah, hacking the server, I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can do to avoid issues like that. I mean, a lot of it comes down to just like the machine security, make sure that you only have specific ports open and stuff, right? You can also make sure that like you're sanitizing the input that you're receiving from your players, because sometimes you can do injection exploits. And that's actually, it's possible to do that with Godot too. It can be dangerous. you can insert some like code that Godot serializes. And that could mean that you can run code on the server, and that's a huge issue. So one thing that's always good is like scan. I mean, this is pretty like serious. Like this is it's a lot of work to implement, but it would be secure. But you could double check all of the data that gets sent back from your clients and just ensure that it's not formatted as code, you know? Make sure it's just actually plain text, so that it doesn't ever get serialized as an object or a script. But yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, that's what most of the typical game hacking stuff would look like, right? Which is like, yeah. Just make sure that you're using, keep your firewall in check. Only open the ports that you absolutely need for networking to work, and look out for injection attacks, because that's going to be the most common. I mean, most of the other cybersecurity stuff is either like already done for you, right? In terms of network encryption, you don't really have to encrypt your network data because it's already doing it. Assuming that you're using a library or like using Steam or something, or even eNet, it does all that for you. So there's kind of no point in worrying about that stuff. But yeah. Just make sure that you check for those things. Speaking of hacking, as a game developer, how do you feel about tools like Cheat Engine? For a single player game, it doesn't matter at all. Like, if people want to cheat in their game, then who am I to tell them that they can't? Also, ads are over, guys. Welcome back. We're talking about cybersecurity stuff. So I don't really care about like people cheating in single player, because whatever, they bought the game and they can do what they want. If it's fun for them, then great. I don't think it's fun to cheat, and I think it does, result in a poor gaming experience, but I don't really care. But yeah, as in terms of like multiplayer stuff though, it can be tricky. I mean, this is one of the things that I mentioned, like the way that you can avoid cheating is just make sure everything that you need secure happens on the server. So, for example, let's say that like items being stored in chests and stuff. If you're storing all that data on the server, then there's no way that people can modify it. Yeah, just keep everything server side. That way, if there's anything malicious that gets sent over, you can like check for it. You can say, okay, this player's requesting to move to this position, but based off of what I know as the server, they should only have been able to move this far. And then you know that they're exploiting, and you can kick them out or ban them or whatever. That's how like anti-cheat works. It's verifying the inputs received from the client against what the server is simulating, or what it should be, given what the server knows. Even if everything secure happens on the server, someone can find a way to send a request impersonating another user, find an endpoint missing. Yeah, that's another thing. If you have like user accounts and stuff, obviously then just make sure that the way you're handling your database and encrypting your data is done properly. You can do like, there's a lot of different encryption schemes. I mean, the stuff I did in university was so like hands-on, but truth is in the real world, all of this is done for you. Just go find a nice API, an open source API that everybody on Earth uses, and you're good to go. I mean, it's not like you're dealing with social security numbers and stuff. It's not like you're a hospital that has extremely sensitive information that's very personally identifiable. So you really do have to match your like security with what you're actually storing. At the end of the day, it is just a game. Yeah, it's bad if somebody finds an exploits and hacks in or whatever, but most people won't like care to. If the real hackers, the people that actually know what they're doing, are going to be spending their time on something that can like, make them money. So exploiting or lagging though, that's one of the things that you have to figure out is like, was this an exploit or was it just a lag thing? And the way that you can check for that is essentially just sending timestamps along with all of your networking packets, because then you can check like, okay, this packet was sent at this time, so that you can take into account lag, because then it's independent of like the timing of when they're sent. It's just because you have the time it was sent in the packet. So even if the packet is really late, then you know when it was sent and it's fine. But yeah. Otherwise a client could just send up, I moved here, trust me. Yeah, right. I don't do any kind of server validation stuff in Starground. I actually do almost nothing in Starground in terms of exploiting. So people can very easily cheat in Starground. But the truth is, it's a co-op game, right? And other truth is, I don't like create the servers for people. Yeah, we do have the public server, I guess, but people are, they host their own servers. So if somebody's cheating on your game, just ban them and don't play with them anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like a huge problem in a game like Starground. And I think that's something important for people to realize with multiplayers. It's a lot of work to encrypt and make things secure. Most of the time you don't need to, unless you're actually doing public servers. And most of the time, like, people aren't doing that. It's interesting stuff. My education is in August. Yeah, in August is cybersecurity. You want to get good at that. It definitely is important, for sure. I mean, especially, you know, doing like a very large, like, think of something like World of Warcraft, where everybody connects and plays on the same servers. You definitely need to know about cybersecurity and be aware of that stuff. But otherwise, it's good to know about it, but I haven't really practically used it anywhere yet. And I don't know if I ever will. But yeah, which is also why I'm doing this networking course. Yeah, networking is really important. That is something that has been helpful for me. Like all the networking classes I took in university, just knowing like how IPs work and, you know, stuff like that. It's important because it helps a lot with this. I mean, to be fair, Godot handles a lot of the networking stuff for you, and most engines will, but it's still good to know in case you need to dive a little lower level. So so this is the answer. Oh, log natural, is that what I need? Oh yeah, I mean, that looks pretty nice, but it's not quite. I mean, I guess I can just approximate it. It's probably okay. I can just clamp it, you know? That's honestly what I'm probably gonna do. Is just like, say, x minus 0.5 or whatever, or plus 0.1, so that we get this. So it just kind of clamps for like the last 0.1, and then down here it starts at 0. Yeah, let's just do that. Why make it difficult? Do you remember it? Can you explain Class C subnet masks? It has been quite a while since I've done it. Since I've like really dived into a lot of the networking stuff. I honestly couldn't tell you what a Class C subnet is. I'd have to look it up. But I know that they're always 255, 255, 255, 128. Have their PC on a Class C. Okay, so that's, or yeah, it's usually 0. So yeah, Class C further partitioned. What even is a subnet mask? I mean, I feel like I've probably gone over this stuff eventually, or at one point in university, but I really don't remember. I actually have this concept in my head that I want to code things that are hackable or has loose rules so people can have fun breaking the game. It would actually be really cool. There are games that do that, where it's like games where the whole game is hacking and exploiting, which is it's really cool. There's like a game. You can link that page? Yeah, sure. This is actually a pretty helpful page. It goes over some useful stuff. Here, I'll just put this in chat. But yeah, I can't remember what that game's called. There's a couple that do it. It's like, you can look it up though. Game where you hack. Hacknet, I think is the one. Yeah, it's really cool. I would definitely explore that concept because it could be really interesting. Not sure how fathomable that is, but just the idea of intentionally breakable game. Yeah. I mean, you could also do that kind of thing with like through like cheat engine, right? Like different like secret variables and things that you have to change in the game. It doesn't even necessarily need to be like a multiplayer online thing. It could just be a straight up like, you know, offline software, right? Yeah, most stuff one learns has to be repeated or you just simply forget it. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It's just like, I know at one point we went over subnet masks and stuff, but I just have never used it. So I've completely forgotten everything about it, you know? Which, it is what it is. It's fine. So this seems interesting. Seems like just kind of tweaking the values of this is like... Well, now I'm further away from it. Ah, whatever. We have it already, like, good here, so we can just say plus 0.1. This is close enough. So when we're at 90% items, it gets up to full. I feel like we can probably figure out some kind of value to, like, push that far enough, you know? Maybe plus 0.9. And then we say this plus... minus 0.1. There's got to be some kind of value here that's like the golden value, you know? See, now it's too low. What is it? What would it be? You'd think it'd be 0.2, but that's not right. It's probably 0.9 over there. Then 1.5. It's like 1.3. It's so close. You can see I'm like right there. Bitburner is another one. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one. I guess if you don't use it, you do lose it. Yeah. I mean, especially just something like this. It's like the stuff that I do on a day-to-day basis with the subnets. I mean, I've never interacted with a subnet ever in my life. I don't even know what it does. I know there's an IP address, obviously, but like... What is a subnet? Mask, specifically. Because now I kind of want to know. Forgotten all about it. Yes, I am a human being. And host bits, the host device operating on the network. Okay. Subnet mask, route data packets, suitable destinations. So yeah, also a lot of this stuff is meant for like huge networks, right? Yeah, exactly. Just dividing big networks into small ones. That's why like you just don't interact with this stuff unless you're like you're an IT person or a networking engineer for a huge building or company, you know, because otherwise you're just not going to use this stuff. So yeah. ChatGPT created me a subnet mask image, would take heavy inspiration from Subway $5 footlongs. Wonder what that would even do. I think it's one of those things that sounds complicated because it's so simple. Yeah. Man, I'm trying to... there's gotta be... Here, I'm just gonna do this so that I can see this easier. And then we'll just say y is 1. So that's the corner point that we want to hit with this. I'm sure that there's some combination of numbers here to do it right. See, because plus 0.1, it's like almost there. I wonder if I just multiplied x by a very small value. Or like this. Oh, yeah. Wait. There we go. Well, that works. And then I probably don't even need to say plus 1 there anymore. Oh, no, I do. That's fine. Okay, well, we got it now. It goes cleanly from 0 to 1 using a logarithmic curve. And I think we can change the, like, the curve of it depending on the number of log we use. You know, normally it's log 10, but I think you could do, like, log 20 or 30, and that, like, increases the curve. But let's just try messing around with a regular log right now and see what that looks like. So now what we're going to say is we're getting this value between 1 and 0. We're basically just going to say log. What's the default log? Is this, okay, no, that's a log 2. So we want to do log x divided by log 10. So let's just have var linear value is that. And then log linear value divided by log 10. Yeah. All right. Oh, I'm getting out of everything. Okay, but then how do we use this? How do we multiply the x and all that business? I guess this is the x right here. So we say times 0.9 plus 0.1. And then all of this plus 1. So hopefully that'll look correct. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, that's looking good so far. Let's try, I just want to make it more obvious when there's just a couple in there, because otherwise it's really hard to tell, you know? When there's like 20 in there, it should be pretty visible, not invisible. So we can see as we increase this, it starts to add more. And then as we reach 99 items, it gets pretty much basically to full brightness. Yeah. Cool. That's done now. Yeah, I just want to make it so it's like you can tell if there's like, you know, just a couple in there or what. I might like clamp the minimum value on this just so that if there's only one item in, you can still kind of tell that there is. So I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to say on this clamp F, our value minimum will be 0.2. Like that. Because then if we only have one item in there, like that, it's still a little bit visible. And then we keep adding more items and it becomes more visible, you know? I think I would kind of like that. Just so it's a little easier to tell what's going on. You know? Yeah. No, that's good. And then yeah, when there's no items in there, it's just invisible. Cool. Alrighty. Next thing I want to do is just some minor tweaks. Let's add a filter to this. We're going to say slot filters. And this is just going to be a string, which is Starground. Hydrogen. And also here, I'm going to make sure that the item that we have in our inventory is actually hydrogen. So, if that at index 0. Why didn't you make the log function stop at 0.2? So you're saying just clamp the log function instead of the initial or linear value? I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can... it's this kind of the same either way. Then say .id is equal to... why didn't this work? Assignment is not allowed. Because I'm stupid, that's why. Just feel clamping it would make it less clear. I mean, I guess that's fair. I'd have to change the log function. Which is going to be tricky to figure out now. It seems like there's a pattern here. Whatever we're multiplying this is whatever this is. Right? So I think we can just say G is 1, or whatever. And then say this plus G and 1 minus G. That doesn't work. It's definitely interesting. Because as I change this, or I guess this is actually doing what I want. Because now I can up it to 0.15 or 0.16. And then that gets me pretty close to 0.2. Is this like pi or something? Almost. It's not, though. It doesn't have to be a perfect value. We could just say 0.2 or whatever. So let's just do that. So this will be plus 0.2 times 0.8. That does it. And then, yeah, I guess then we can just avoid the clamping. I mean, it doesn't really make a huge difference or anything, but... then it'll smoothly go up from the moment that it has one hydrogen, you know? Yeah, like that. Yeah, that works. I really need to add a command for clearing my inventory. Don't know why I haven't done that. So that's half hydrogen, or about, and half of that, half of that. So yeah, it'll stay like clamped, or not clamped, but you know, a little bit bright when it has one, and when we take out one, boom, it goes black. How many elements to use in this game? Like, just like the hydrogen and stuff, yeah. There's quite a few. I mean, I don't really add in straight up elements very often, but we go to the items table. I mean, well, I guess some that I can name off the top of my head. We've got silicone for like silicon, silica. Wait, it's not silicone. It's silica. Yeah. So we have silica for stone. We have copper, iron, gold now. Cobalt, uranium. What else do we have? Wood is carbon, but it's a compound of other elements. And now we also have hydrogen and oxygen in the game now. Oil is also carbon, so I guess just carbon. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different elements. I kind of just add them based off of their industrial uses, you know? So I think of like, okay, I want to expand out in this, you know, this avenue, and so what element or what compound can that element make that kind of lets me do that? Copper, iron, gold, cobalt, uranium, it's silicon, yes, not silicone. Silicon. Carbon, wood, oil, hydrogen, oxygen. Yeah, I think that's all of the elements. I'm trying to think if there's any others. I mean, there is gemstones, but those are made out of carbon also, so that's just carbon. Cobalt. Oh, there's water, but that's just made with hydrogen and oxygen. Quartz is silicon. So that's the same as stone. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Maybe we can go look through the Are they all mixable? Like you can mix the different... I mean, a lot of them you form whatchamacallit, alloys and stuff. Here, let me go back to here. Oh yeah, we also have coal, which is carbon. So in the foundry, there's a couple different alloys you can make. You can make steel. This is also where you make just cobalt and stuff. Voltrum is basically a alloy between copper and gold. And yeah, everything else, like a lot of it's used for energy. So for example, all the carbon stuff is going to be used for energy. Coal and wood both have initial fuel values. Uranium is also used for nuclear reactors. Oxygen and hydrogen aren't used for a ton yet, but I am working on that. I mean, those are brand new. What else do we got? Stone doesn't really isn't used for any power stuff. Because I just don't know how I would. You can't really extract energy from stone. Or silicon, whatever you want to call it. But yeah. I don't really take like a very elemental approach. I mean, obviously we add in elements, but it's more just from a standpoint of industrial use. But it would be really cool, right? Like a game that's centered around just elements and stuff. Could be cool. It's kind of like those games. What do you call them? It's like the games where you type in words and like what do they call those? You like type in words to create an object and then you merge. Yeah, it's like you merge them together to create new objects. Like that. Oh no. I need to make it so this now shows a warning when either it's not connected to a network or it doesn't have hydrogen. So I wonder why it doesn't do that, because it should. Let me go see what's going on in here. Well, I know the battery, like, does it. Is it just because batteries have their own warning? No. So why does it not create the warning thing? I think it's this one. Oh, self is battery. I'll just say or. That's the powerless icon. I want the disconnected one down here, which is power status or uses power, right? Because that'll make the disconnected warning in here. So let's make sure that this works. I'm gonna have to break everything. Oh, it's not happy. Uses power. Oh, it's because I'm stupid. Sorry, I missed your message, Bobby. You said Zeus specifically? What did you, what was that in context to? Not parse global script battery. Let's just restart the game. Cannot resolve superclass inheritance from buildable. Okay. Almost got stuck in a death spiral of I can't do this because this can't do that because I can't. Atoms and our foundational rules of physics just have so many emergent properties. Yeah. It is really interesting, yeah, like that whole emergence. Like, where simple things all of a sudden make really complicated things. I always think that's so fascinating with, like, how living organisms, if you really think about it, is just a chemical reaction. A really complicated chemical reaction that's been going on for billions of years, right? It's so interesting. Because really at the core of what living beings are, it's just atoms. Everything's just atoms. So if you can simulate atoms, and especially the forces between them, I think is really important. That's what can create so much emergent stuff, right? Oh, it's not uses power, it's force power. Oh god, I have to restart the game. But yeah, trying to do like a elemental simulation could be really interesting. Hard, probably. I think honestly, the limitation with us simulating the universe is just processing power. Because the universe has no processing power. Everything just happens. I mean, unless you think the universe is simulated, then it technically does. But yeah, I don't know. But there are some odd things that happen in the universe that seems like it would be stupid for a programmer to add on purpose. Like the whole fact that we constantly have virtual particles spawning from nothing and then instantly destroying themselves. From a programmer perspective, that seems like a very stupid, bad idea to do. So, what is happening here? Check new building. I'm enjoying the our universe is inside of a black hole theory. Yeah, that's like an interesting idea, I think. And I'm never really gonna know exactly what's going on, but it's fun to theorize. So what's going on here? In world generator generate, say global emit, load game, initiate object. What was the object we initiated? It is a Tesla coil. Yeah. So we said ready. We check new building. Oh, is that because it's... Oh, we added it to group power. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, that's bad. Okay. Probably just break this up into its own function. I don't know. Well, who knows? Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll probably be long gone once we figure it out. No connection. Okay, that's just that. Connection visible. Yeah, let's just make this its own function, which is function create no connection warning. Now I can just say create no connection warning. All right, so now in here we just say those two things, and then if no connection, make one. Which means I can call that directly on, so close that out. Now we can go to our battery, or not our battery, but our surge protector, and then just tell it to do the create no connection thing. So if we go over to our surge protector, I could just say call create no connection warning. All right, let's give this a try. I wonder if the batteries also show the disconnect icon. We'll have to set that up. Yo, cat jam. Alrighty, let's see what happens here. Just want to make it so that I can mark buildings as using power, but I don't necessarily like, what's the word? Put them into the power network. Because it was doing that with the Tesla coils, and that causes issues, so. Let's just try plopping one down here. I don't need to go all the way over there. Okay, so it does show the disconnect icon now. That's good. And then if I put it inside of here... Oh, still shows the disconnect icon. It's probably because this actually needs to run before anything else on the surge protector. I need to run this before I actually inherit super, I think. Which may be a problem. No, I think it'll be okay. I don't see why that would be an issue. I presume that these happen before anything else, so yeah. Let's try that. So no connection, boom. If connection, boom. We're good. So if I break this, yeah, it'll show the no connection thing again. But the important distinction here is it never shows low power, because that's not what I want it to ever show. It's not like this thing relies on power, right? So, yeah, that's looking good. Okay, so that's just a nice way to force things to, like, behave properly. So batteries don't show a disconnect icon. That's actually fascinating. I need to fix that. I had an inkling that they wouldn't, because I was like, well, if the surge protector doesn't, then the battery wouldn't. So we're gonna say create no connection warning, and then call super. So yeah, this will be better. Because anything that uses power or relies on a power network to operate should always display a warning if it's not a part of the network, right? It doesn't make any sense if I plop down a battery and it doesn't show a disconnect icon. It's just odd. So now if we do this and we do that and break that, it shows up. If I put it back down, we're gaming. And if I break this, it shows disconnection on all those. Cool. Then the other thing, I just want to make sure that this isn't the case, but if we're generating power on this network, so give iron ingot, I don't think this will be an issue. It can be an issue on the battery because it does actually take in energy. But if I do this and then let the, like put down a building or something in here, give gear 99. That consumes that power. These should show low power. Yeah. And it shows low power on the battery because there's no energy to recharge it. So yeah, so that works pretty good. Cool. But it never shows on the surge protector because it doesn't need power. See, I just wanted to spend time to work on those things because it's like, I think that's important for an automation game, is making sure that these symbols are clear on what they mean, right? Alright, cool. And I've definitely thought about making all those symbols unshaded so that they glow in the night. Because they aren't like a part of the object or whatever. It might make it easier to tell when something's going wrong. So I might do that. Otherwise, I think we're good to go in here. Batteries, we'll do that now. The other thing... Lurkin sounds good. The other thing I want to do is create that warning now for the surge protector when it's out of hydrogen. So let's go do that. Now, how would I, like... empty icon. Right. We'll just make something. So let's go into Krita. Open up our trusty warning icon. Icon hunger. I want to find like the icon powerless. There we go. And we'll make this, draw it out. So my concept is that it's just going to be it'll show like a hydrogen tank. And then maybe like a big cross. That doesn't really get the idea across. I need like an icon that like explains that it's empty, you know? And there's no more items in it. What is this? This is going to be a warning icon that appears on the atmosphere or the surge protector whenever it doesn't have hydrogen inside of it, just so that people can obviously see that there's something wrong, you know, with the building without hydrogen. So and I'm just trying to think of how to like visually represent that. Icons can be really tricky sometimes. I mean, we've got like this icon with like a, you know, but that doesn't really indicate a lack of an item to me. I mean, one option is like a box that has like an X in it. Because that, in my head, means kind of like it's empty, you know? How about just a simple exclamation mark? I mean, that could work, yeah. I mean, people will instantly know what it means as soon as they place down the building, and they'll realize, like, oh yeah, it just doesn't have hydrogen. So we could just create, like, a generic warning icon, you know, like that. Yeah, that'd probably be okay. Or just an X, maybe. You know, just as in, like, hey, there's nothing in here. Like, empty. Right? But does that indicate that it's like the building's broken or something? I don't know. Yeah, this is probably better. Just a warning icon. So I'll just call this icon warning. And I'll make another function just like this for creating the warning. So let's go back up to buildable. Also do the same thing up here. Add on ready var generic warning. And then we're just going to create another function that's just like this, but it's not going to do I'm never going to call this automatically. This will only be for create generic warning. The buildings that need it. So if generic warning, then new warning is all that. Add child new warning. And now we can just say instead of icon disconnected, it's going to be icon warning. Warning name is generic warning. And generic warning is new warning. No connection visible. Don't play that. And don't make that visible by default either. All right. Cool. So now in here, it's going to complain about stuff. Don't worry about that. In surge protector, we can say create generic warning. And we'll also now have a variable that's linked to that, so we can make it visible on stuff right on here. And I think all the generic warnings, the building warnings, have a multiplayer synchronizer in them to make them visible. So it's actually really easy because we don't even need to make those visible on the side of the client. We just do it on the server and we're good to go. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, this needs to work on the client, but then all the protect stuff, that doesn't ever happen on. All right. So we're just gonna say it's pretty easy. If size is greater than 0, we're good. Otherwise, you know. If generic warning dot visible is false or is true, whatever. Well, I guess we need to do that for... Here, let's just do this. I'll just have a variable called no hydrogen. Or honestly, I could just base it off of whatever the modulate is of our... Well, no, I'll do not do that. No hydrogen will be true by default. And then at the end of this, we're just going to say if no hydrogen, elif, or just else, make it visible. Otherwise, if we do have hydrogen, if it's visible, make it not visible. And we'll calculate this in here. I mean, it's pretty easy. We just say if it's greater than 0 and it's hydrogen, then we say no hydrogen is false. Otherwise, at the start, we say no hydrogen is true every frame. Easy. All right, so that should work. now to show that warning when we're out of hydrogen. Also, I want to make sure that these are done with the proper depth ordering. So the last one that's going to go is going to be on top. So let's do the generic warning first, because I think it's more important to know that the building's disconnected first and foremost. Goodbye, soda. Ugh. I love when I spray soda everywhere on top of myself. It's so cool. It's 0, so it's basically just water. It doesn't get sticky. All right, let's test this out. Should work just fine. Oh. Ow. Okay, so if we go ahead and put this in spot without a network, it should show disconnected. But if we connect it, warning, no hydrogen. But then if we go ahead and add hydrogen into it, it should stop showing that warning. Yep, and then if we take the hydrogen back out, the warning appears again. We're basically done. Surge protectors, I think, are ready to go. I mean, I just want to make sure it's like really obvious at a glance, like what's going on with these things, you know? So it's like, oh yeah, boom, we can see there's hydrogen in there, we're good. If there's no hydrogen, bad. And we can also put other items in here, like plastic, and you can see that it's like, oh yeah, it's not hydrogen, so. All right, cool. Also, something I'd like to do is now that we have hydrogen and oxygen in the game, it seems pretty natural that we would add a recipe to create water from both of those things. How many songs do you have? For just all the songs in the playlist, it's a lot now, actually. There's probably like 100. But it's nice because it means that like every time we stream, usually we don't get like a bunch of songs repeating constantly. Also, by the way, Bobby, this other song in here, Stargaze, do you want me to add that to the song playlist as well? What's the status with that one? Cool, we got Voltrum. I'm also thinking about maybe adding in an even bigger battery. You know, the ultimate battery. You do want it in there? Okay, cool. I'll add both of those in then. Boom. And both of those should be in there. Yeah, we're good. Okay. What do you guys think about a new battery that you can unlock? I mean, I think these batteries are okay, but especially now with wind turbines, it feels like it makes sense to have an even better battery, right? To like deal with the fluctuations more. I mean, these are good and all, but yeah. We could probably do another one, yeah. Would be nice. So what do we want it to look like? Obviously, it'll use Voltrum. The Surge Protector almost kind of looks like a battery. But not quite. I do like keeping with the kind of cylindrical vibe for all the batteries, so... let's work on that. So, custom size. It's going to be pretty big. The other battery was 2x2. But this one, I'll probably make 48 by 48, so it's 3 by 3. And let's just look up, what does a high capacity battery look like? The initial one we did kind of is like a lead acid battery, and the new one is more of like a lithium ion battery. So what would be beyond that, really? I mean, I guess almost like a battery bank. They kind of just look like cubes. Battery. We can do something kind of like a combo of all of them. So what would be nice maybe is just like a little bit of like a base that the batteries sit in. A barrel. I'm kind of thinking something almost like that a little bit. Where it's got this like, almost like a, not necessarily like a foundation, but kind of. Like a slot for the batteries to sit in, like this. Also, I messed everything up. I'm so cool, guys. Shoot. Here, let's delete this white stuff. All right. Here we are in battery town. And this is also just a good, like, additional research for people to unlock, you know? I was kind of thinking about maybe waiting for the final automation planet for another battery tier, but I don't know if it's a good idea to wait that long. I think we need it now. Okay, so my plan here is that we've got like a frame that the batteries sit in, and I say we do like 4 big batteries, right? We'll get the tops of them like that, which of course we can't do that because it's stupid. We'll figure it out. So if this is 42 wide, then we can do 42 divided by 2, which is 21. There we go. And the batter was not bitter. Okay. Now we delete all the stupid stuff. See, there's invisible pixels. We don't realize they're there. Okay. So this is going to be the top of our battery. I think I'm going to change the shape a little bit more. I'm probably going to increase the height a bit. Starground perspective is weird. It's like top down, but like more a little bit of side view at the same time. I don't know. All right. So then I think we'll pack 4 of these in here. So just give this like a little space like that. And I might just pack these like nice and tight to each other. So these will go up. Like with a little bit of a gap. Might even do a, you know, a gap like that. Yeah, I think I will. Oops. Yeah, there we go. So this will be the dark side of the batteries. Oops, right there. And let's now merge this down. The fill tool. Boom. Boom. This is going to have a little ridge here. And yeah, this ridge will actually also be along here. Forgot. Like that. Fill in that part of the ridge. All right. So these are probably going to have like these big terminals on top that we connect with big heavy wires. It'll give some of the same vibes as the surge protector, but more battery coated. Now, as far as coloring and stuff goes on all this stuff, we are gonna have to figure that out. Why is this not working? There we go. Snooze that ad. Figured we'd do like something like this. Now let's see. Actually, I'd like to thicken that up more on the edge. Let's do 2. And then round this out in the corners. We can also anti-alias along this ledge, edge, whatever. Same with that one. Now, what color do we actually want to do for these batteries, though, right? That's the question. Our classic color combo is the white and green for this area. So I'm thinking maybe we do, like, this is like a gray thing down here. Then the batteries themselves are green. Here, let's do global. I'll have to go through and do this manually now because I'm a fool. I've screwed everything. It's easier to do the outside. Let's just do that. And then go back through and do these. Now, boom, we're already done. Oh, no, we're gonna have to go and do a little... That's okay. Hey, no arm done. Okay, there's that. And this is just gonna be that gray color. Boom. So we'll fold this in here. This actually will just be gray. And then now, yeah, these will be the darker green. So let's fill that in. Oops. Boom. All right. Getting there. And I imagine that these are going to be also made with Voltrum. So we can also do that. Sometimes it's good just to open up the Voltrum ingot so I can use the same colors. Maybe this uses like Voltrum wire on top here, you know, for connecting all the batteries together. Let's also do this. Let's resize canvas. Give ourselves a little bit of space to work with for extra bits and whatnot. Oh. Delete those. All right. So let's do a little like ledge thing here. I need to know what the distance is away from the edge here. That's 20. That's 19. So that's even right there. Yeah. Just a little detail thing. I don't want these buildings to look too basic, because they are pretty advanced, you know? Oops. We can do the same thing over on the edges too, so these being in the middle don't matter as much. Imagine something like right there. Maybe a little longer. It's probably good enough. Hey, Null Studios, what's up? Welcome in. How have you been doing? See, actually, that would be there, like that. And then now what we can do is, that. How long is this over here? We can just copy this and use this as the edge over here, so it's the same. Ah, shoot. Good, just started learning Lua with Pico 8, nice, that's awesome. So we got ads starting just a minute, gamers, my apologies. Oh, I guess I moved this one away. It's too bad. I think that's right, yeah. I might just do this as a darker color. It's gonna look weird if we don't. Lua's pretty easy, yeah. I've messed a little bit with Lua before in the past. It's not too bad. Oh man, it makes me want to like program mining turtles, you know? Minecraft. It's always really fun doing those. I'm pretty sure that's in Lua. Oh, I see. That's going to be an issue. Here, let's just paste this onto a new layer and clean up the nasty bits we don't want. Oops, I wasn't erasing. Okay, there we go. So now I can just copy that and paste it around. Like that. And now these ones, the batteries aren't perfectly symmetrical, so I need to grab this and push it in a pixel. Well, not perfectly symmetrical, but they're the ones on the right are 1 pixel shorter than the ones on the left. It's fine, just don't tell anybody. It makes it look better because then we get the 1 pixel gap in the center. Also, we have ads. My apologies, guys. Let's merge with layer below. And now we're gaming. Oh yeah, I also forgot about shading. Do we have no in-between color between that and that? Oh yeah, we do. Okay. This will just do a darker color. Then we'll need to do the same thing on the top of the batteries up here. Which I might just do a single pixel. Oh, ads, go away. Okay, we're getting there. I do want to have a meter somewhere on this battery so that we can tell what the charge is, you know, as with all the other batteries. I also worry, like, is this big and like, does it look like it's a better battery than the other batteries, you know what I mean? We should probably bring in the big battery just as like a little bit of a reference for scale, right? Oops, wrong image. Oh yeah, it definitely is way bigger. I mean, it's... yeah. Did I actually make it 3 times or 4 times the size? No, it's fine. I think it's just because the sprite extends a little bit. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, anyways, ads are over. Sorry, everybody, about that. But yeah, I am indeed working on Starground right now. This is going to be a new battery that you can build in the game. So, we're just working away at that. Probably does wonder if I should make the batteries look like they're made out of Voltrum, but I don't know. Oh wait, is the beard new? Yes, it is. I've been growing it out, yeah. It's going pretty good. Yeah, I decided to try it out. It's not too bad. There's a phase where it was pretty itchy and bad, but now it's not, so... looks nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, that's what I'm missing here at the shadowing. I was like, something's not quite right. This needs to be engulfed in shadow from the battery above. There we go, like that. And same with this one over here. Just a little bit on top of here. Kind of like that. Dwarf Fortress approved, yeah. Dwarf approved, yeah. Awesome. Okay, just making sure I got the shadows right. I think that looks pretty normal. Let's see, if this was higher up, closer to the top, then the shadow should be shorter on this one. Sort of like that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I kind of don't like how these 2 bright pixels are over here, so I'm just gonna do that. Alrighty. Kind of getting edged by a forgotten beast. That's pretty crazy. How did that happen? Also, I think what would look nice here is if I raised some bits up on here. Is this really 3? Uh-oh. I think this is not symmetrical. Oh no, the batteries are uneven, I forgot. Or odd. Whatever, yeah. Well, then that's fine. Let's just keep it. I want this to be like a little progress bar for our batteries so that we can tell, where they're at and stuff, you know? It's in the edge of my visible map, getting in and out. Yeah. Yeah, those guys are scary. It's like seeing, like, the... whatever they're called in RimWorld. The, what do they call it? It's the guy with the big blades. They're walking around. It's like if anything ever goes down, you know that you're screwed, you know? I haven't found any, like, personally playing, but I've watched videos and stuff. I've definitely spent more time watching videos of Dwarf Fortress than actually playing. I do want to do another Dwarf Fortress stream or something at some point, because it was fun. I did enjoy myself. So maybe we'll do that one of these days. Oh, I didn't see the on-screen celebration thing. Did it not work? Or yeah, that happens on Twitch, right? Not on, like, yeah. So I wasn't able to see it. Okay. Just making sure. This looks like a guy's face. You know what I mean? Might as well just put a little smile there. They aren't that scary unless it's a web shooting forgotten beast, then lose all hope, yeah. Man. That's fine, I can make this look alright. So let's start putting in the wires. We have our Voltrum ingot right here. Which, okay, I guess that's gone now. Awesome. How can I get my Voltrum ingot back? Alright, it's gone forever. Let's go get another Voltrum ingot. Alright. Big battery. I imagine that these will kind of like go along here, like that. And then go down in here. I want to thicken up these wires. I want them to look serious. This isn't funny anymore. It's not a joke battery anymore. It's a real one. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. My bad. Where's our ingot again? Got too many tabs open. So let's see, after it hits the contact, it would dip down a little bit. Same over here. Sort of like that. And then I need to outline it a little bit. It's a lot of tabs. It is. It is very many tabs, isn't it? I'm just gonna do like some light outlining in certain spots just to kind of help like make sure that it's obvious it's a distinct component from the rest of the battery stuff. We're gonna go through and kind of change the colors of these quote-unquote outlines so that they're not so annoying. Right, just kind of something like that. It's just a little bit of an aid, and like we can go through on some of these and turn it to the green color. I don't want these to be too distracting, but you know, that looks pretty good. Okay. And those connect up to the meters down here. I do wonder if I should just fill all this in with a big one. You know, where I just do like womp, and just have one big meter on the battery. I'll probably do that instead, because it does look kind of like a frog right now. Just like that. And now we can have a big, long meter. What's the problem with the frogs? I mean, I guess there isn't. I don't know. I kind of like the frog vibe a little bit, even though it's goofy. We can stick with frog. I might also give these corner caps here. Starground is somewhat goofy, that is true. So they're probably giving it a mouth? Yeah, we can. We do kind of sometimes stick with that like animal theming in Starground anyways, right? With like the bees being the people that... the animals that collect resources, maybe frogs or batteries. Do I like those corner caps? What do you guys think? Corner caps or no corner caps? These things, for context, is what I'm talking about. It might be a little too much, you know, too much noise going on. Yeah, I say maybe no corner caps. I don't want it to be like distracting. What we could do instead is still add in like a little bit of corner detail, but make it like different. So what I'm thinking of doing is this. That way we can have like that and then a wall over there. So now it's just like a little like indented thing in the corner over here, right? I don't mind that. Yeah, I think this will work a little bit better. How do I have this? So this is dark there. Okay, that's fine. And then like that. Okay. Let's do that up in this corner. Just outline it, and then we go through and actually do it. So it'll stay there, we bring that down a pixel, then bop up, like so. Then we get our colors. Boom. This color. Yeah, that's not bad. I can vibe with that. And of course, we're going to go through and outline this whole building too. Then we got the 2 meters. She does look funny because it's a total frog. I could just give him a little face. I don't know. Is it too far? Is it too far with the face like that? With the mouth? It's kind of a vibe though. Yeah, it's gonna kind of look like that. It is funny. Why not? Make it look indented. I could do that. He's got a little smile. Sure. Why not? Why not make a frog building? Alright. I think this is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and outline it in and see what it looks like in game, maybe. People are gonna be wondering, like, oh, why does my battery look like a frog? How am I gonna outline this? I guess just like that. But there I can do it normal. That's gonna irk me until the earth explodes. Let's push that over a pixel. That also means I can do that. Yeah. Okay, now the base is symmetrical. The batteries aren't perfectly symmetrical, but I don't care. Alright. New building dropped. The frog battery. What do we call this? Because we have battery, big battery. We need a name for this battery. We could just go high capacity, but that's boring. Bigger battery, whoa. Biggest battery? I don't know, we might do another battery after this, but if we do, it's gonna be called like quantum battery or whatever. Jumbo battery. Froggerized battery, yeah. Jumbo could work. The BFB, yeah. That'd be cool. But no. Big battery. Huge battery. The only worry I have though about that with so here's the thing. When you translate words, sometimes big typically like translates the same way as huge and other words like that in some languages, so I don't want to make translating an absolute pain. Yeah, big frog battery. We could call it the BFB. But I also don't want people to be confused on what it actually is. Big frog battery. It'd be so odd. Like, randomly, there's just a frog battery. It's like, what? Oh, man. Huge battery. You mean it's for powering organic frogs? Yeah, totally. I went Joker mode. You know, like from Full Gooding. Battery. Name for huge battery. That's stupid. How do you think frogs live? That's true. What do you mean you don't have a BFB at home? It comes free with your house. That's crazy. Oh, list of battery sizes? Why isn't like a D battery the biggest? B battery, C battery, D battery. Whoa, they got bigger ones. F battery, N battery. What? What's going on? Here, can we just sort by typical capacity? So A battery is the biggest. No, it just doesn't have a typical capacity. Oh, it's going down. Oh. So half A has the biggest typical capacity. Half double A. Doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense. Saying these batteries aren't more? Like this guy? Look at this guy. Oh, this is rectangular batteries. It's a different class. Camera batteries. Okay, I didn't realize that. And these are button batteries. These are lithium batteries. Whoa. Ignition. Number 6 giant ignition dry cell. That's an awesome name for a battery. So many different batteries. Didn't realize. Well, I don't know. Save that? Yeah, it's kind of awesome. Ignition dry cell, whatever it's called. Let's go find it again. Why does it take so long to move files to USB? USBs are pretty slow, especially if you're not like using USB 3.0 or above. Oh, these are obsolete batteries. The PP batteries. That's too bad. Okay. Imagine you're a battery and you could have been an ignition dry cell and you got, ah! I know, this is so sad. Me when I'm not number 6 huge ignition dry cell battery. I mean, I know LiPo batteries are like high capacity. Newest battery tech. Solid state batteries I know are interesting. Lithium sulfur. Cobalt-free batteries? No. I might make this battery use cobalt. I don't know. It's always hard to come up with names, especially like for this kind of thing where it's like another tier above. It's like, what do you really call it, you know? Let's save it as PNG. Huge battery. Let's write up a little list here. Huge battery. Giant battery. We could also just say Voltron battery. Dry cell frog. Nobody would know what the heck I'm talking about. They wouldn't even realize it's a battery until they placed it down. They're like, oh, I see. Oh, man. Oh. Voltron battery. What does a dry cell battery even mean? Oh, that just means that it's basically an energy generator. Converts stored chemical energy into electrical energy, I think. So basically a dry cell battery would be like our typical AA battery. Yeah. Made the RoboFrog weigh it into battery. Yeah. Watch battery. It's a tiny battery. We could just call it. I mean, I kind of like the progression from battery to big battery. Then another like using size as the adjective for these batteries. You know? So let's go to thesaurus and find a cool word for size. Huge. Enormous battery. Gigantic. Giant battery wouldn't be too bad. Humongous. Immense battery. Mammoth battery. Massive battery. Monstrous battery. Just go double divoltrum battery. That is a cool word, divoltrum. Yeah. Vast battery. Could be cool. I do like that word. Yeah, dilithium and stuff. Divoltrum. Because yeah, I just worry about like what these things will translate. So if we go to Google Translate, for example, and like I translate some stuff from English. Just let me choose, dude. Let's just translate it into Spanish or something, for example. So like if I do big is grande, giant, gigante. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. Gigante. Huge. Enorme. I mean, it depends on the language. Spanish, it seems like, has different words for all those things, but let's... something that's a little more disconnected, like a Japanese or something. So big. Oaky. Huge. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's not as big of a problem as I think it is. Immense is immenso. Oh yeah. Yeah, immenso or immensa. What gender is a battery? It's female. La batteria. Try Cyrillic translate. Yeah, that might be. How do I spell Cyrillic? I guess just Russian. So let's do big. Bolshoi. Huge. Ogromny. Massive. Massinville. Large. Okay, so large and big mean the same thing. Giant. I don't know. But I just want to avoid the confusion of that. Because it might be kind of like, to me, giant or huge is larger than big. But in other languages, like big and huge and giant might like have a different ordering of size, if that makes sense. So it might be like really confusing. Where it's like, well, is that just the same as the other battery then, you know? I don't know. So let's not do that. It's fine if we have one that just has that, so... Batteria has pronunciation emphasis on the I. Oh wait, did I just say it wrong? Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Batteria. Yeah, your song, Bobby. It's playing. Epic. La batteria. Big frog battery. Why would we call it a frog battery? It doesn't make any sense. I do like divoltrum. It's either we go voltrum or divoltrum, but does divoltrum indicate that it's a different, like, material? I know, because it has a frog, but yeah. But it's just odd to call it frog battery. I know. It's a big frog and it's a battery. I know, guys. Big frog battery. Why? Why is it called big frog battery? What engineer decided this battery is now frog? Do you guys really want me to call it big frog battery? Because I will. Don't tempt me. Okay, fine. It's now known as Big Frog Battery. You forced my hand. Huge win. Yeah. Alright, let's go copy Big Battery. I need a second favorite thing in the game after Boofish, yeah. So stupid. Doesn't make any sense, but whatever, guys. It's a stupid name. Okay, and then this is going to take a Voltron wire instead. I kind of would still like to take a little bit of steel maybe, but then also have it take maybe a microprocessor. Just say like 2. Maybe just 1, not 2. This is going to be a pretty big battery. I figured I'd just keep with the vibe of increasing in multiples of 10, so this would be 10 times bigger than a big battery. But we'll see. We'll decide on what works best. It makes too much sense, yeah. 1 step for frog, 1 giant leap for frog kind. This is crazy. So dumb. But it's kind of epic. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of epic. So... people are gonna like ask and be like, oh, why is it big frog battery? And I'm just gonna have to explain, I don't know. Oh, this still uses a animated sprite. Should probably change that. Big frog battery. Boom. This is a pretty big battery, huh? So this is going to be 48 by 48. Make sure that's all good. Now we don't need all these progress bars, just these 2. Now sizing. This is going to be 3 and 10. 3 by 10 battery. Same with this one. Can we have frogs in the game? We can add frogs just for fun, sure. Why not, right? I'm gonna call this one Big Frog Battery. It just doesn't make any sense, but why not? Why not? I'm crazy. I've lost it. I could add in frogs as like a little entity that can randomly spawn in on Viridian, just for fun. Okay, so this is where we will set the max power level to 10,000. So it's going to be the equivalent of 10 big batteries. Which kind of... let's see, so it would be 1... technically it'd be the equivalent of like 2 or something, but we could make it like... We'll figure that out. We'll figure it out. Maybe we do 5,000, so it's the equivalent of 5 big batteries. 10,000 is pretty insane. But I don't know, we might need to do 10,000 because with like the power scaling, we'll see. We'll see. Can we have frogs that shoot electricity? That'd be crazy. Make them robotic because engineers didn't spring for meat robots. Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Let's make the size of that 2. What's the power scale? Oh, that's just exported for multiplayer synchronization. It's not really a thing. Okay, and then also back on big battery, let's update that to not be an animated sprite anymore, because it doesn't make any sense. There we go. Okay. Big frog battery is complete. It's in the power group, which we don't need to do that anymore because it'll be automatic. Oh, it's also on save. Yeah, that's fine. I guess I can leave it in power. It doesn't matter. Is there anything else we need to do for this battery? I mean, not really. Just a case of implementing it now. We'll have to do it in the research. You know, down in here. Which, maybe what I'll do is separate the wind turbine out from the initial Opus research. Because I kind of want that to be like a, you know, something to aim for with this stuff. And then make another research that's called like, you know, advanced power or something. So we have in the game, we have clean energy, we have nuclear power. This is going to be, how about advanced renewables or something? Renewables means like source of renewable energy. Yeah, just making sure. And that'll require Opus research, and it will unlock our two things. The wind turbine. And also Starground building big frog battery. All right. Whoa, you have a frog emote? That's crazy. Trying to get good at Godot. GD script, any tips? We were just talking about this earlier, but I think one of the big things I would say is like get good at reading documentation, because it really helps a lot. If you know how to read documentation, then it means you'll be able to figure out like how things work, you know? There's also some good tutorials. I mean, there's a programming tutorial made by Brackies, which is just all about programming in GD script. So, shut up me. So that's, you know, pretty good video to take a look at if you want to do programming stuff. This video, how to program in GD script in 1 hour. Shut up. So this just goes over a bunch of different things: random numbers, arrays, loops, dictionaries. This is a good, like, kind of overview on GD script and syntax. So take a look at this video, Brackies. It's pretty good for that. Oh. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna get better at documentation, but I hate reading on computers. That's fair, yeah. It is very helpful, though. I definitely try to. Yes. So Ace, I fixed all the problems. I changed the whole multiplayer system to use that other multiplayer peer, and now Steam works. I fixed the bug where one person quitting makes everybody quit, and now people no longer go invisible when you join. So we're doing good. I just spent the rest of today working on some funnies you'll see in a minute. This guy. Yeah, I'll show him. I'll show it to him in game. Just give me one moment here. I'm adding a new battery, so you know, when I tell you to go, thank you. This is the BFB, the Big Frog battery, as deemed by chat. Snow Studio's got to go. No problem. Thanks for popping in. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for the spin. Yeah, I was thinking of going down the lines of like Voltron battery or something, but no. People want
after a year,
Big
I'm
Frog
back.
Battery. Yeah, welcome in. User not found. What's going on? After a year, yeah. How's it going? Yeah, it's been a long time. It was like back in February last year or whatever, right? Yeah. Okay, let's try out this new battery. So there's new research I just added, which now takes wind turbines and the big frog batteries, advanced renewables down here. So yeah. And then Opus, I'm pretty sure unlocks the microprocessors. Oh, are they still just in here? I need to make it so those are... Yeah, we need to fix that. But anyways, now we can place down... Oh yeah, we have to research it. Now in here in our power, we have big frog battery. It's so stupid, but whatever. Oops, microprocessor 99. So here he is, with the big frog battery. And he's not charged up. Let's do that so he can actually be alive. Let's add in some wind turbines. Is he charging? There he goes. What's our power network looking like? Okay. Oh, why did I say thumper speed? Down here, there's an infinite research for increasing the speed of thumpers. So, yeah, this guy takes a while to charge. Ooh, that's funky how that did it snapped down below. I might have to change it so it, like, the origin point's different. I don't know, we'll see. It's a little weird interfacing control nodes with like regular stuff in Godot. It's just odd. Let's connect that wind turbine. He needs more power. Okay, he's pretty much charged up. Yeah, this guy's got an insane amount of power. So. Boom. 100% power. So let's try discharging all of his power, see how long it takes. I'm actually really curious to see, like, if we disconnect all everything from him, how long would it take for that battery to drain if we were using something like a, I don't know, a collector on constantly, you know? It would probably take a very long time. Let's try it. Let's get our collector, plop him down right there, make sure he's not connected on these other networks, and boom. So let's see how long this takes. Yeah, I'm not even gonna wait the whole length because it's just gonna take a million years, but I'm just curious to see, right? If we can watch it go down at all. It's so slow. It's not even a whole percent yet. Okay, there we go. 98% finally. So yeah, he's got some pretty serious energy. All right, cool. Well, I think that's going to be it for now, gamers. I am probably going to end stream because we've been going for 4 hours. Yeah, we got the frog battery. Hope you guys enjoy it soon. I'm going to keep working a lot more in research. I'd like to throw in a couple more tiered researches and infinite researches. I just want to add more research. I think this is a good opportunity, this update, to like really, you know, add a bunch more content. I also would love to do blueprinting, but that's really complicated and hard, so I'm going to have to think about that. I'm going to experiment with that system. No promises. I'm not saying that it will be in for this update. But we're gonna try. I don't know. Might be hard. Alright. Well, that's gonna be it, everybody. Thanks for coming to the stream. We'll next be live. Right. No, shut up. We'll next be live Wednesday, around 3:30 MDT. And we're gonna go raid somebody. Small block boys working on stuff. And Mr. Goonwatch is working on some stuff. He's got 20 seconds left on his ads. So what is he doing? Twitch integration work with my randomizer app. Maybe. Could raid them. Well, thank you, gamers. This update will be out on the 14th, so be on the lookout. Starground point 14. Should be a really nice upgrade, expansion to all of our automation stuff. Give you guys some more, you know, stuff to do. So yeah. Frog flow regulating ohm grid. That's crazy. All right, let's go right out to Mr. Goonwatch. Thank you, gamers. Feel free to get Starground. It's on sale. This may contain.
Okay.
Oh, stop. It's on sale right now for the summer sale, and it will be on sale again for the Automation Fest on the 14th. Also, we got some other stuff cooking that I can elaborate more. I can talk about soon. So yeah. So actual Cannibal Panda, thank you for the follow. Thanks for the stream, no problem. Thank you, gamers. I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye bye, bye everybody.